This is the thing I tell people. Uh, if you've not been divorced, shut up and don't say nothing to nobody that's divorced.
Mm,
A regular breakup is not the same as a divorce.
say that again,
It
please.
is not. So if you've not experienced what it is like, please shut up and refrain from giving your unsolicited opinion about things. It is a very unique experience. Very unique experience, and it is very layered and complex.
Hmm.
The more people involved, the more complex it is.
What's up, Bravehearts community? This is Sean Heineman, your premier pre-engagement coach, back with another segment of It's Scary to Remarry, inspiring you to love fearlessly. We have a special guest with us today. As I stated earlier, this is a guest that he was on my Mount Rushmore as far as people that I want to interview. 2024 has been a phenomenal year. Um, so many great guests, but this one you're in for a treat. Today we're discussing the power of self-awareness in marriage. Today's guest is a husband, father, thought leader, and a performance coach. Has a phenomenal YouTube channel. He's been on some of the biggest stages, rock with some of the biggest names. Bravehearts community, let's show some love to Duane Matunga. How are you doing, sir?
I'm good, bro. I appreciate you inviting me into your space. Salute to all of the the brave hearts. I like that. That's cool, man.
Yeah, appreciate it, man. Real quick story. I just didn't have a name for the Bravehearts community at first, because I did this some years before and
Hmm.
went through a divorce, hence scary to remarry. And so I was like, I'm gonna give a gift card away to any of my subscribers who can come up with a name for our group. And this lady, she was like, "How about Bravehearts?" I was like, I'm rocking with it. So that's how that came about.
Nah, listen. I mean, I told you. So shout out to you. I've seen your content for some time, and I always thought that it always caught my eye, and I found it unique because it is something that is taboo. People do not like to speak about it, right? Um, and if you've been through a divorce, depending on your experience, what side of it, how you came out of it, it's something that you probably never want to speak about, never want to revisit, or you have conversations behind closed doors, but you don't want to speak about it publicly. It's so many nuanced variations to the whole experience. But I love the branding, right? Like scary to remarry. I'm like it captures the experience and people who've been through it. It catches attention, right? And even Bravehearts, like I think that that's cool, man. So I just want to give you your flowers there.
Hey man, no, I appreciate it, man. Thank you once again. Appreciate it. Those are I'm geek, man. Let's jump into today's topic. Who
Hmm.
inspired you to become the man that you are today?
That's a loaded question. For me, um, I am a lifelong learner, and I believe, you hear people speak about experience being the best teacher. I believe that evaluated experience is the best teacher. And so, with every experience that I have, good, bad, however you want to look at it, I take that experience and I process it and I take what I find and use that to build or integrate into myself moving forward. So, joke, my good sis Nikki, the branding social media extraordinaire. She says if processing was a person, it'd be me, right? I'm always processing something. Um, I'm an introvert. I like to think deeply, and I would say that life has inspired me to become the person that I am through my experiences.
Hmm. Hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah, shout out to Nikki. Eric Thomas.
Yep.
Yeah, I watch her. Yeah, man. Yeah,
Yeah, that's family right there, man.
she's a dog, man, for real.
Uh-huh.
Um, Yeah, because so have you always like just been this introspective though? Cause I watch your content and I'm like, man, this dude be on some like some real thought process and stuff. So I'm like, have you always been like that or
You got to think that's the stuff that like I actually am able to share. I'm always processing, right?
yeah.
And so it's interesting because you know I'm very much a A-type personality, very direct, alpha. You know, born and raised New York City,
Yeah.
but I'm very thoughtful,
Hmm.
right? Even if my natural cadence is like I'm in real time pulling words that fit this exact moment, and I'm always like that. That's just who I am. I've
Yeah.
always been a voracious reader. I've always been someone who appreciated solitude because it allowed me to get in touch and understand myself better. And
Mm.
so I feel like I've always been a self-aware person because I've always dedicated time to being with myself without the influence of other people so that I can really truly understand what I think and what I feel. I come from a really big family, so
Mm.
you have all of those personalities and influences. Sometimes you just appreciate quiet alone time, and in that time I just use that to sort of go through my day. Now as a grown man who's been through some things and lived some life, what processing looks like for me, and I'm gonna sort of like speak in first draft, but where I'm at in my work now is my understanding of processing is it's our way of emotionally integrating experiences in our life.
Hmm. Hmm.
And so things are always happening, but we're not always sitting with how we feel about them or what feelings those things are invoking in us. And
Hmm.
so I love to learn and I love to understand, and I'm a big proponent of curiosity. And so I love to just explore. And I can get lost exploring the world, but I can also get lost in myself and exploring what's in there. So that's the type of person that I am.
Mm. Nah, that's what's up, man. That's real because I think I was doing some research on psychology today, I believe. Love Psychology Today been a love their platform. I believe that they said 85% of people live on autopilot.
Yeah.
So very few people are really being introspective or taking the time to check in with themselves. It's always about just, cruise control. I'm set it at 85, we rolling at 85, all through the freeway. You know what I'm saying? Which can cause a lot of problems in marriage and relationships because you're not really present.
Right. And furthermore, the research shows
Mhm.
that people are only present, like people are only conscious and present for an hour and a half every day.
Wow.
So you're only conscious of what you're thinking about, what you're observing for an hour and a half out of 24 hours.
That's wow.
On average, we have about 80,000 thoughts a day,
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
right?
Mm-hmm.
95% of those thoughts are repetitive, and 80% of those thoughts are negative thoughts,
Mm.
right? And you got to think about the fact that biologically, our brains are designed to keep us safe.
Yep.
And so we're always in a loop of how do I keep myself safe?
Mm-hmm.
And our actions are defense mechanisms more so than anything.
Yeah.
And in that little hour and a half that we have, we can process, we can try to correct the automatic responses, like all of those things, but it is a life's work to really be self-aware and really be conscious of building new habits and breaking poor ones.
Mm-hmm.
And I personally am obsessed. I have like Mamba mentality. I have this obsessive, monomaniacal desire to be. my highest possibility. I'm just really fascinated to see what the heights of my ability are.
Mhm.
And that's why I take the time to assess myself so that I can always look for ways to improve.
Mm, love that. Love that. Man, it's yeah, and that's a show within itself, right? I'm gonna bring you back just to talk about that alone. How did your own journey of divorce and remarriage shape your understanding of self-awareness in relationships?
um, how did my journey shape my understanding of self awareness? So I would say a few things. All transformation starts with self awareness. All transformation, right?
Mhm.
And I say that because awareness breeds choice. So you can't choose something that you're not aware of. You can't be something that you haven't seen or experienced. And so my first marriage, I was coming from the frame of mind as coming from being a child that was about 8 or 9 years old. And I remember writing a personal mission statement. And in this personal mission statement, it was one of the things that I wrote was that I would be married to one person and have children with only this one person. And everything that I did was to get family right because my parents had split. And
Mhm.
that informed the way that I approached. I've never casually dated. I've always dated to marry. I've always been very focused on if I'm going to do this because
Mhm.
I understand how important it is, I need to get this right. But not understanding, right, that I got into that with limited knowledge.
Mhm.
Just because you 18, like I met my first wife in college. And in college you think you grown, but
Oh,
you
so what?
don't know.
How old were you? So hold on. So how old were you in the first marriage then? 18?
It was my whole 20s.
Oh, okay, okay.
So I would, you want to say, yeah, literally my whole 20s. So,
Yeah.
like the thanks, my birthday's in January. It was the Thanksgiving before I turned 21,
Wow.
and I was my 30s. I was getting a divorce. Right, I was at 30. We was cleaning it up.
Mm-hmm.
Um, but you're always making decisions based on what you've been exposed to. And so I tell people all of the time, one of the things that I've learned through experience is that your life as it is right now is a reflection of you choosing from the choices that are available to you. But your dream life is out there. You just haven't been exposed to the choices to choose it.
Mm.
And so I didn't have the wherewithal to understand very basic concepts around um, how to communicate. Um, I didn't have the foresight of seeing problems before they came down the pike. Uh, you know, um, I had been successful at willing things to happen. You
Mm.
can't do that in a marriage. It takes two people who are fully committed to
Yep.
doing this. If any one person is quiet quitting or anything, it's not going to work.
Yep.
So, I understood just simple things in approach. Hey, what's wrong? Nothing. I know something is wrong. What's wrong?
Mm.
Nothing. I don't want to talk about it. Clearly, something is wrong. Can you tell me what's going? Versus, what's wrong? Nothing. Are you sure? Yeah, I'm fine. Hey, listen. I understand you might not feel comfortable speaking to me,
Mhm.
but if I am a person that you choose to speak to about whatever this is, I'll be over here.
Mm.
Just approach and how you handle things,
Yeah.
um, and just the pressures as well.
Hmm.
Being a young black man who's trying to be successful, who's trying to raise a family right when you don't have a blueprint, like all of these things.
Yeah.
And so I just didn't know what I didn't know. And
Hmm.
now you add another person who don't know what they don't know, and you find yourself in a situation where um, quite frankly, it ended up being very, very toxic.
Hmm.
Um, and then you start to mishandle
Yeah,
situations.
for sure.
And personally, I found myself in a situation where I'm a I'm a very loyal, ride or die. I'm ride or die, hide the body, whatever we need to do type.
Yeah.
Um, but I tell people I would have been there. What made me stop was it became a matter of life and death for me.
Mm-hmm.
Right? It was self-preservation and understanding that I had responsibility and I had children there and knowing that this was not healthy.
Yeah.
And what I was trying to do was give them something good that I didn't have,
Hmm.
but I was exposing them to something that was harmful in the process.
Yeah. Yeah.
And so that experience informed my ability to choose. So post separation, just being with myself. My motto was my bag and my babies. Anybody
Hmm.
that know me know my bag and my babies. Don't try to set me up on no dates. I don't want to hear none of that. I'm not. Um, but being with myself for some years,
Yeah.
right? Being abstinent, not entertaining, just cold turkey, really locking in on myself. What did I do wrong? What could I have done better? You know, the introduction of therapy, going to therapy for the first time. Like
Yeah.
all of these things gave me tools to analyze and assess myself, but also be able to gauge and make choices more informed when I'm looking for a partner.
Hmm.
So,
For sure. No, I hear you, man, because going through my divorce, um, I remember when I first told it to my kids, and I was just like, oh man, this is gonna suck, having to tell them that me and their mom is gonna separate.
mhm.
And it was just so much anguish, man, because I knew it was coming down the pipe, but at the same time, I knew that the way my ex-wife and I were behaving, it wasn't good for the kids.
Yeah,
Right. So a lot of times, it's like people, oh, stay for the kids. No, because you might do more damage than help because you're arguing every night consistently and the kids are seeing this. So that was just something that I had to learn myself. Like I was afraid to actually divorce. You know what I'm saying? I tell people that
that was my only fear in life.
really.
I'm I'm a kid from the Bronx, like,
Yeah.
and I was outside.
Yeah.
You could put me in a room of killers, whatever. I don't care about nothing. My fear to
Hmm.
that point was getting a divorce.
Mm.
Because that means that that little boy who wrote that personal mission statement
Yeah.
and all that work I put in, my vision was shattered.
Mm. Hmm.
So, really, one of the biggest parts for me was now what?
Yeah.
My vision for life is shattered. Now what? But
Mm.
that ended up being the biggest blessing for me because I had to endure and experience the one thing, the only thing that I feared in
Mm.
this life.
Yeah. Yeah.
And once you deal with your nightmare, there's nothing that life could throw at you that it bothers you anymore.
Yep. Yeah. Yeah, man, that's real. Because I was married 15 years, just about 15 years, and I just knew like the last 5 years I was done. I knew it, but I was afraid to pull the trigger. You know what I'm saying? Having
Yeah, no.
that
Let me
fear.
tell you, the kids. My daughter was so smart. She was like, let's go on a daddy daughter date. We're gonna go shopping and let's go get some food. We went out and she was right about the time when they start to get conscious around their body and wanting privacy.
Yeah, yeah.
So she's in the dressing room and she calls me in and I'm kind of confused because I'm like, oh, she's been wanting privacy. So I thought something was wrong. I went in and she was like, she's facing the mirror. She's like, Daddy, why don't you smile anymore? And I was
Mm,
like, what do you mean? And she was like, the only time that you smile is when you brush your teeth, and that doesn't count.
mm,
And I'm like, well, how does that make you feel?
mm,
And she said, it makes me sad. because I want you to be happy and you deserve to be happy.
Wow.
That right there,
Hmm.
like that did something to that took something out of me,
Yeah. Yeah.
you know? And to your point, when we ended up having a conversation with them, my daughter was like, I knew y'all was gonna get a divorce. I was just waiting for y'all to tell me.
Mm. And how old were your daughter at the time?
She was young. She was probably maybe seven, maybe like
Oh, okay.
7, 8 or something like that.
Yeah.
She,
Yeah.
she, she was, yeah, she was about 7 or 8, maybe around
Mhm.
there.
Yeah.
But yeah, it was,
Mm.
she got to really see,
Yeah.
um, and experience things enough to where she felt like she needed to say something to me.
Mm-hmm. Hmm. And that's good too that she was actually able to, express how she felt, going through that process. There's a lady, X Delisa Rose. She says, "Thanks for the opportunity to listen to this, going through it now, and it's great to hear this stuff." So, just hearing, grown
Oh,
men.
absolutely. And to her, this is the thing I tell people. Uh, if you've not been divorced, shut up and don't say nothing to nobody that's divorced.
Mm,
A regular breakup is not the same as a divorce.
say that again,
It
please.
is not. So if you've not experienced what it is like, please shut up and refrain from giving your unsolicited opinion about things. It is a very unique experience. Very unique experience, and it is very layered and complex.
Mm-hmm.
The more people involved, the more complex it is.
Yep.
Um,
I'm
but
glad you said that.
but I think that there is enough wisdom in the world
Mhm.
that you can do it in a way that minimizes damage and puts you on a path to healing, that isn't staggered and delayed, if that makes sense.
Mhm. Yeah, for sure, man. Man, this is good. How can someone identify their blind spots in marriage?
So here's the thing about, um, you know blind spots. I believe, you know blind spots are natural. Everybody has them. Blind spots are natural, but weaknesses are manufactured,
Mm.
right?
Mhm.
So
Can you
we
break that
have
down
people,
though? You said weaknesses are manufactured. Can you break that
yeah.
down? Because
Blind spots are natural, but weaknesses are manufactured, right? So like for every gift, there's a for every blessing there's a curse. For every gift there's a struggle,
hmm. Hmm.
right? And so, for example, myself, very A-type, very direct. So more than likely my delivery is going to be off. I might hurt somebody's feelings.
Hmm.
Um, I'm introverted, so you let my mama tell it. Unless I tell you, you never gonna know what I'm thinking or what I'm feeling. I'm kind of stoic, hard to read.
Yeah.
I, I'm I'm not a warm person, but I'm a good guy.
Mm.
I'm kind of distant
Hmm.
until you get to know me, and then I open up. But everybody has a gift, and everybody has a blind spot,
Yeah.
and so just the work of being self-aware. That's just for the individual. But now you got two people, so now you got to figure out how those things coexist.
Hmm.
And so for me, um, this journey, right? Um, when I was going through when I was going through the so let me stop.
Yeah.
I remember us being in a counseling session,
Mm.
and the counselor was like, "Well, do you think that your wife supports you?" And I was like, "Well, I don't really ask anybody for help. I don't burden people with me."
Mm.
She's like, "Well, you're not really answering the question. Let me ask her." And she was like, "Well, do you support your husband? Do you?" She's like, "Well, I don't feel like I need to clap for him or cheer him on because everybody already tells him how great he is." And that took air out of me. I was so confused. Fast forward,
Mm.
I end up taking a disc assessment,
Yeah.
which is what, you know,
Mm-hmm.
many people may know me for now.
Yeah.
I take a disc assessment. And for those who may be curious, disc assessment is a behavioral framework created by Dr. William Marston.
Mm-hmm.
He's the creator of the lie detector. Fun fact, he also created Wonder Woman, the superhero character. But he was a Harvard PhD who basically synthesized human behavior into four quadrants.
Mm-hmm.
What I learned is that, and so this is on a scale from 1 to 100, I'm a 99D, right? My
Yeah.
natural and my adaptive behavior is a 95, right? So your natural behavior is who you are when nobody's looking, when you're in your natural environment and you feel comfortable. Your adaptive behavior is who you are when you feel stressed, first impressions, right? I'm always direct,
Yeah.
right? High D personalities are very direct. They're very driving. They're wired for solving problems and getting results.
Mm-hmm.
They care about getting things done by any means.
Yeah.
And then the other personalities, you have high Is. They are people who are the people persons, the stars.
Yeah.
They're connectors. They create community.
Mm-hmm.
They're emotionally tied to people. You have high S's who are more about pace and stability. They're team players, but they're
Yeah.
more behind the scenes. And then you have high C's who like to get things done, but they're very formal and systematic.
Mm-hmm.
I studied this assessment and I realized I'm a high D. I immediately cringe because I'm like, oh, she thinks I'm a tyrant.
Mm-hmm.
I try to get her to take it. Once she takes it and I look at it, I'm like, oh,
Mm-hmm.
we're opposites. We attract.
Yep.
I'm a high D personality. She's a high S personality.
Mm-hmm.
I like to solve problems. High S's are accommodating and conflict averse. Now with this information, I'm like, oh, this makes perfect sense.
Right.
I'm trying to force us. I'm getting the work done and I'm making it happen, but she's saying yes to things that she doesn't really mean to say yes to because she's so accommodating.
Yep.
And because she's non-confrontational, she doesn't want to mention it. So when it does come out, it's already past the time that I can go fix it. And
Mm-hmm.
now it's passive aggressive and it's resentment, right? And so just not having the information, I didn't have the tools to deal with this equation. Um, but in studying this, I realized the blind spots.
Mm-hmm.
I realized that individually, one, I am not a social butterfly.
Yeah.
She loves to be in the mix and things to be liked,
Mm-hmm.
and things to be flush. She's a flower child.
Yeah.
I'm grit, I'm grind, I work hard. She don't like nothing being difficult,
Yeah.
right? Communication now. I don't mind having difficult conversations and I like to look face to face.
Mm-hmm.
She shrinks in face to face, but likes to write notes.
Yeah. Yeah.
This is, unless you have experience now, right? This is going to cause an issue.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
We're not even talking about 20 something year old egos.
Yeah.
And so what I'm saying is you need to evaluate yourself.
Mm-hmm.
And I happen to have a tool to do that. So I was blessed with like some objective data I could look at and analyze.
Yeah.
And I studied that literally every day for 2 years
Wow.
while going through everything.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
And I was able to really see myself. I like to get things done, but the way that I get things done can be emotionally taxing to people,
Yeah.
right? Um, I'm forceful. I take up space. How do I create space for other people? So all of those things, I had to learn.
Yeah.
And then how do I mix and match? How do I mesh with other people? So if I know that you're a people person, I'm not gonna cut straight and get into business. I'm gonna ask you how your day was. I'm not gonna be fake,
Yeah.
but I'm gonna be like, hey, how's your day? Or how was your weekend? Or how was the holidays? How did you do this?
Yeah.
That's cool. I really like that watch. That's cool. I like watches. I collect them. I've learned
Mm,
how to be selectively social and how to be engaging when I need to,
yeah. Yeah.
but in an authentic way.
Yeah.
And I think
Nice.
I struggled to be authentically me in
Hmm.
the relationship because by duty and obligation, I felt like I had to be this type of person that wasn't really me. And it caused a clash.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and that happens, right? I think that happens to a lot of couples. I know for my wife and I, it's like we can both, well, I'm an introvert by default. Like I can chill by myself. And like I can turn it on when I need to. My mom, she watched these podcasts. My mom's like, boy, you never said two words when you was young, and she's like talking all the time now. uh,
Hmm.
but my wife is like the life of the party. And it's funny because when people meet us, they like, oh, y'all like the people. It seemed like I've been knowing y'all forever just from on social media. And I was just like, I'm just from an era where if I post something, it's me. It's like there's no,
Yeah,
you know what I'm saying? Like if you just met me in person, people be like surprised. I'm like, it's social media, man. I'm 47. I've been around for a long time. So social media doesn't. That's me. That's who I am. So
I don't have time to be nothing else.
yeah, right. For real, man. Listen, life is too short. Um,
That's real.
I want to take a breather real quick. I kind of want to switch gears just a little bit. I want to talk today about, well, not today, but I just want to break this segment down. And my wife and I created this Love Fearlessly Intimacy card deck. So what it is, there's 30 questions in here that my wife and I created, put our heads together, experience, divorce, you know, coaching, all these different things. That's kind of like the difference with my wife and I, because a lot of times people do have these cards. But I think with us putting our heads together, I think that's kind of what make a difference. You get the male and the female perspective
Hmm.
under the same roof. Good times and bad times, right? So we created these cards. So Dewan, I want to take a card from the deck, man, and I want to ask you a question.
Go
Um,
for it.
yeah, man. So here's one of the questions. Here's one of the cards. The questions. How did you manage hurt and disappointment growing up?
Mm. Um, anger, anger. Um, I'm very much prototypical Bruce Banner and the Hulk.
Mm.
I'm
Yeah.
super cool until I'm not, and then I go scorched earth, right? Like
Mm.
my thing is, if you pitch the tent, I'm gonna bring the circus. I'm gonna stay out your way. I'm gonna leave you alone. Um, but I don't have no problem with there being a problem. Um, and so I think really early because I realized how explosive my anger can be,
Hmm.
it made me remove myself from people so that I didn't do things that were destructive.
Mm.
And so I spent a lot of time reading and writing. Um, and my mode of processing, excuse me, was just being with myself and
Mm.
either journaling or
Mm.
listening to music and being able to hear things be articulated in a way that I had not yet had language for, right? And so it gave me language, right? It's another thing that I'm really keen on is emotional literacy, right? How literate are we about being able to name the things that we are feeling and express them in a clear way? And so for me, isolation and kind of distancing myself from people so they couldn't provoke me
Yeah.
into being an angry, destructive person.
Mm.
And so like I just always been kind of solo and like a loner to myself, off to the side, um, being more kind of like stoic and like, you know,
Yeah.
more guarded with people.
Hmm. Hmm. Understood. Yeah, man, because that feelings wheel, like the little wheel, the feelings,
Yep.
like anger, frustrated, and this is something that has helped me in my marriage as far as going beyond the anger, right? I know sometimes my wife and I fall out and I'll tell her I'm angry, but then I'm like, wait a minute, let me backtrack. I felt abandoned. Now the conversations change
Yeah.
because she's like, oh, you know what I'm saying? Now she's seeing me through a different lens because if I just tell her I'm angry, then she ready to, get frustrated too. So that
The
language,
secondary emotion. Anger is a secondary emotion.
yes.
It really means that you're hurt.
Yep.
And for me, I think this is important too. I too have abandonment schemas.
Hmm.
So those issues of feeling abandoned are like real things. And so also part of my young brain as a child was I learned that the fewer hellos that I gave meant the fewer goodbyes I had to give.
Mm.
So it just made me stay to myself. I was like no new friends before no new friends. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Like that was my thing because it was a way to keep myself safe. And
Hmm.
everybody, and I mean everybody listening to the sound of my voice, the way that you operate, the way that you navigate life is based on a foundational fear that you have. It is your primary coping mechanism to keep yourself safe. And everybody has a coping mechanism.
Yep.
We might have different ones and we might do things in different ways, but we're doing different things all for the same reason.
Hmm.
And once you understand that everybody is operating from this place of wanting to be safe, it allows you to have compassion. And that compassion creates space for understanding.
Yeah.
And it really goes a long way in relationships when you present vulnerability and it's received by somebody who knows what to do with it.
Hmm. Hmm. Yeah. Because that emotional intelligence, I think, is important because a lot of times people, especially like when I'm coaching people, they'll be they'll be like, I'm a safe space. I'm like, but y'all arguing back and forth. How are you a safe space and y'all going back and forth like this? You know what I'm saying? If y'all was a safe space, this would this wouldn't be the issue now. You know what I'm saying? So
Mhm.
yeah, man. But anyway, how can married couples strike a balance between being self-aware and not falling into criticism or blame?
Well, I think, again, awareness is a byproduct of exploration of self.
Mhm.
So you have to spend time with self. One of the things that I learned in my work with, high performers, CEOs, executives, the most one of the most dire issues that they have
Mhm.
is finding an honest, consistent feedback loop. And so that just means having people who can tell you the truth. I always tell people you want to have people who love you, who respect you, but
Mhm.
they're not impressed by you. They're going to tell you
Mm.
what you need to hear.
Yep.
And you can only, like, it's really difficult for you to grow when you're surrounded by people who nice their way through relationship with you. You have to have a level of accountability and you have to have someone who can be honest with you. And so I think you should lead, right? Take the time to be aware, um, and then really put your cards on the table. Understand this is where I'm strong and this is where I struggle. And you have to figure out how you mesh with another person. I know one of the things with my wife now,
Mm.
um, and this might sound crazy, her ability to apologize was profound to me.
Yeah.
And I'm really not even being funny. I'm just saying,
I
like,
hear you.
to see her be able to say, you know what, I apologize for XYZ. I almost didn't know what to say the first couple of I didn't know how to receive it,
Yeah.
right? But what it did tell me was, okay, I can work with this. I can work with this, right? Like, this is someone who is not afraid to be who they are. But if they feel like they were out of pocket or offensive, they are willing to take the initiative to apologize so that we can move forward together, right?
Yes.
Um, and two words that I found to be key um, in this iteration of marriage is anticipation and initiative.
Mm,
Can you anticipate the needs of
mm,
your spouse and
mm-hmm.
take the initiative to give it to them before they have to ask for it,
Preaching. That's
right?
my wife all day. She'll be on that.
AI, that's the new AI, right? That's the AI for the married folk. You know what I'm saying? So, yeah,
That's good, man.
I think we also create space for us to have conversations. We have review time. What's working,
Yep.
what's not working,
Yeah.
right?
Mhm.
Even with the kids, we have family meetings.
Yeah.
Everybody gets to have a voice here. Everybody gets to be heard, right? And so we create a culture of accountability,
Mm.
right? One of the things that I appreciate is she's not afraid to hold me accountable,
Mhm.
but not be disrespectful in doing so. And
That's
that
hard.
that is a key. Direct but not disrespectful. Accountability without disrespect. Feedback without belittling.
Very few people can master that where they could still be heard and still be respectful about it. Because and I realized because as I hear you talking, and it's something that I had to work on big time. It was just like my wife will correct me about something, and I get frustrated, I'm mad, and I'm like shutting down. I'm like, okay. And I had a big issue with stonewalling and shutting down and not expressing myself. But I realized over time, I was like, you know what? Let me process this. And I would always ask myself, like, this is your spouse. Do you really think she trying to see you lose? You know what I'm saying? I just had to ask myself that. So over time, and I still struggle with it. Don't get me wrong, I'm far from perfect. But I was like, you know what? I apologize. I'll tell her I'm sorry. But then I'll be like, let me say back to you what you're saying to me.
And let me tell you something. What I'm hearing you say is goes a long way.
Exactly.
A long way. And here's the thing, the reality is you have to be mature enough to acknowledge how you feel and coexist in the same space with another human being who has feelings that also need to be acknowledged but may
Mhm.
differ.
Yep.
And so you got to be able to be in the same space and not compete around whose need needs to get met first,
Yep.
right?
Yep.
This is a partnership.
Hmm. Hmm.
So where's the equitable contribution? Or sometimes we both don't have it for each other. So I'm
Yep.
gonna go over here and do what I need to do for me to get myself right,
Yep.
and you go do that for you over there.
Yep.
But what I'm not gonna do is make you responsible for my work with myself. I don't care how you're dealing with me.
Hmm.
It doesn't give me license to deal with you a way that's disrespectful.
Yep.
So before I'll be like, "Oh, you got me messed up. I'm about to like again. I'm gonna crank up. Hold on."
Yeah.
Not realizing like, hey, listen, I understand that you're upset, and I really want to understand how you're feeling and where it's coming from, and what we can do to prevent this from happening moving forward.
Yep.
Um, but in this moment, I don't feel safe, or I don't appreciate the way we're going about this conversation. So unless we can find a more constructive way to have a conversation, I think we should pause.
Yep.
All right, and just being able to de-escalate situation. It takes experience.
Yep. Yeah.
You have to be taught. Nobody's born like this.
No. Yeah, you gotta and for today's, I mean, to those who dating out there, man, emotional maturity, man, you can't put a price on that. Like being with somebody who's emotionally mature, that's next level, man. Because when you're in your feelings, you're flying out the window.
But I was tested in my first marriage. So again, being a person who is introverted, who's more on a stoic side,
Yeah.
with a person who is extroverted and and looking for, like, I found myself in a situation where uh I find myself in situations across the board, but in this situation where people want to get a reaction out of me because I'm so cool, calm, and collected to them.
Mhm,
And
mhm.
so it's almost like somebody like poking and poking and poking, and I had to get myself to the space where I'm like, regardless of what a person says or a person does, I am not going to come outside of myself or let that get me off my square.
Yep.
Because the person who can control your emotion controls you. And
Preach.
so I'm not going to be a crash dummy and, box myself out or get myself knocked out of position.
Yep.
Excuse me, I'm not going to do it.
Yep. And it's sad because the person who does that, who know how to control your emotions, they just like to poke away. They just
But that's the thing about being married, though, because you give the person the button.
yep.
You give them your vulnerabilities.
Yep.
So it's like, can I trust you? We're not pushing that button when you feel like you want to go there with me.
Mhm.
And I think that is the difference, right? It's having somebody who. It's all right. Thank you. Thank you. Good.
This is
Um,
great content right here. I like this.
my life is real, bro. I don't.
That's what's up. I
I don't
love it.
sugarcoat nothing.
Yeah.
Um, it's about having something that knows that they got the button, but they're not going to break glass under any condition, right? It's like people can say they're a safe space, but do you know how to hold space for me?
Wow.
Do you understand that the way that I'm acting right now is because I don't feel safe? I don't feel heard. And I need you to speak to me in a way that hits that chord,
Yeah.
makes me feel seen. It is, listen, if you can make your spouse feel acknowledged, feel seen, feel appreciated, and feel celebrated,
Mm,
right? For who they uniquely are and not who you want them to be,
preach.
it will transform your relationship.
Yeah, man. Yep. That is so true because a lot of times, we get into relationships thinking that we're gonna change this person, but it's the person who you can love them for who they are, and for them to have that space to be who they are without you trying to change them. That's people they be loving it, you know.
It's a journey, man. It's a journey.
Man, listen, one day at a time. Oh, I have a bonus round, man. So before we end this show, uh, there's some questions. This is Dewan Uncut. So feel free
Okay.
to feel free to
Okay. Listen.
if anything go viral, it's okay. So I'm gonna ask you these quick questions. Um, what's the biggest mistake you see women make in marriage or wives?
I would say it's a lack of emotional maturity, and I think women don't understand how men are socialized around the concept of respect. For a man, respect equals love. And so you can't, in a man's mind, you can't love me if I don't feel like you respect me. And Your version of respect doesn't matter because my version of respect is how I receive it, and you have to attune yourself to the person that you're dealing with. So you can't respect me in your terms. You got to respect me on mine.
Yep. Real
That
talk.
that's just how that goes. So I think it boils down to respect.
For sure. For sure. From seeing your parents' relationship, what did it teach you about relationships?
Hmm. Um, I would say one, it taught me how to be mature in relationship even when you don't agree. Um, my parents never spoke to me about each other in an ill manner. Even though they weren't together,
Yeah.
my father be like, "Yo, that's none of your business. That's
Mm,
me and your mother's business." You know what I'm like? I didn't learn about their relationship till I was an adult,
mm,
and I appreciated that.
yeah.
And so I learned how to coexist and disagree without, speaking ill
Yeah.
or dealing or including children in the mix.
Yep.
Um, but I also learned the importance of not letting ego get in the way
Hmm.
of the relationship. And so when I'm in relationship with people that I love, there is no pride and ego involved. And that's not just my marriage, that's anybody that I love. Love and ego don't coexist. They can't occupy the same space in my mind.
I agree. I'm with you 100% because sometimes your boy be struggling with the ego, man, and I be having to check myself. I'm like, Sean, you know what? It ain't worth it.
Mhm.
Who makes a better spouse? Someone never married or someone divorced?
Someone divorced for sure.
Yeah.
Someone divorced. I
Yeah.
mean, you got experience, man. Like again, you broke up with your college sweetheart, your booski. It's not the same, man. It's not the
Mm,
same.
mm. We have a question real quick, Duane. You want to take this? You want to
Yo,
take
I'm
this?
here for however long you need me, man.
Okay, for sure. The question was asked, does he wish he would have hung in there until the other developed, or is it to
No,
end versus endure the journey?
nope, no, no, no. I couldn't.
Mhm.
Um, it it got when I say like toxic, like um, it got super toxic. Like um, you know, verbally abusive.
Mhm.
Um, you know,
Yeah. Feel free to share whatever you want to. There's no
no, no,
pressure.
no, no. I'm just saying, like verbally abusive.
Mhm.
Arguments, all of the stonewalling things, and just being disrespectful.
Mhm.
She got physical with me,
Mhm.
trying to provoke me to do something and it just once we start getting there,
Yeah.
for me, I'm the type of person, just being human, we're gonna hurt each other.
Yep.
But if I know you're intentionally trying to do something to harm me, it's hard for me to unsee that.
Yep.
Um, and so uh, those are certain things that I couldn't allow myself to be exposed to, knowing that I have no business being exposed to it.
Yeah.
Um, and so like I'm a person that's willing to work through most things, but I think once we get to the point where you don't have common basic respect or care for me like as a human,
Yeah.
we gotta stop.
I agree. I agree. Yeah. So that was, yeah, he answered. For sure. So next question. What's harder for you to say? A, I apologize. B, I need help. C, I love you. D, I was wrong.
I need help
Yeah.
by far. I am uh, a Capricorn. I'm an introvert, and I'm very much an A-type personality. So yeah,
Yeah. Yeah.
I
And
even
and does that flow in your marriage too? Because a lot of times wives, they be wanting to help us.
Yeah, no, my wife gets on me about that all the time.
Mm,
You know what I'm saying? I've, I told her I never, ever in my life, ever heard my father complain about anything.
mm,
Never.
mm,
Currently, right now,
mm,
my father has stage 4 cancer.
mm.
Exercises, move. I've never heard this man complain about anything. Never.
Wow.
So that does something, right? Like it's again, you watch and you model that. So I might be going through something. I
Mhm.
have this saying, right? I'm not complaining. I'm just explaining.
Got you.
So I can explain something to you without. I'm not complaining. I'm
Hmm.
just informing you because you asked me about it.
Got you.
But I do have a challenge with. I'm the person that's going. I'm gonna die with the white flag in my hand,
Yeah, yeah, yeah. Now I hear you.
and it's not ego. I think for me, if I'm being well, I would say there probably is some ego. Let me
Yeah,
stop.
but I say it's like a little ego.
No, it is. I was gonna say it is a little
Yeah.
ego, but I think I struggle with. It's like trying to diffuse the bomb before the time goes out, right?
Mhm.
Like I naturally love challenges and things that are difficult. I like overcoming things, like, and so what happens most times is I find myself too far down the rabbit hole before I'm like, I need help.
Hmm. Hmm.
Excuse me. And
Yeah.
usually my people are like, "Oh, he's doing the thing again. Let's get him back."
Yeah, yeah, yeah. And so those are real people because they know they like, oh, there you go.
Absolutely.
Yeah, and willing to pull you out, right? And they willing to pull you out. That's what's up.
Yeah, man.
Last question. Is it easier to love yourself or someone else?
Is it easier to love yourself or love someone else? That's that's a good question. I um
In your own personal life.
I think that it's easier to love yourself. I think loving yourself is a lot easier than people think it is.
Mm.
Loving somebody else is hard.
Yeah.
It's hard,
Yeah.
right? And here's the kicker. Loving somebody else has nothing to do with loving that person. It's about choice.
Mm.
It's about commitment. And it's about endurance. It's about staying power. It's about marathoning.
Yeah. Yeah.
Love, let me listen. If anybody out there is a hopeless romantic, or maybe you not, or you just love, love is not enough. I mean, let me tell you right now,
Preach.
it's not enough.
Preach.
If you think love is enough to save a healthy relationship, you're mistaken. The only thing, the only thing that will allow you to be married 10, 20, 30, 40 years is a commitment to being married 10, 20, 30, 40 years.
Yep.
The only reason why people are not married anymore is because they don't want to be married anymore. It's really that simple.
It is. That's true. Very true.
It's super simple.
Hmm. Hmm. Agreed. Yeah, because when I was done, I was done. I could have stayed, right? I didn't.
Yeah, I remember I remember one of my mentors, he talking to me on the phone, and he's like, "Hey, baby boy, check this out. Just say you don't have it in you to be a husband no more. Just say that."
Mm.
I looked at the phone like, "Negro, who you like what you just said to me?"
Yeah.
But in that moment, it was like, "Yo," he's like, "You already know, you know what the situation is. You know what you coming home to every day. So you either figure out what it takes to endure and fix and turn this thing around, or don't. But we're not gonna keep doing this."
Yeah. Man, that's
And I was
real.
like, "Oh, I'm not. I'm actually not, and that's why I'm feeling this way because I'm not doing this."
Yeah. Wow.
And I was the person who put it together,
Yeah.
which is rare because you see women do it most times.
Yep. 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 And yeah, Nikki, oh, I'm messing up her name, but she says honesty is key and honesty with self first and foremost. Yeah. So
Hey, listen, Nikki, you got to be willing to accept the honesty that you're asking for.
that's real.
Yeah, a lot of people be wanting honesty, and when they get that honesty, it rearranges them.
Yes. For real, for real.
And so you have to be willing to create and hold space for a person you say you want to do life with.
Mm,
Not just the good, but the beautiful, ugly, everything, right? Them vows do not say for better or for better or for best. And what happens is everybody loves the for better part, but when they get a taste of the for worse, they jump right out of that thing.
yep. Yep.
And it's like I'm really sensitive to that now.
Hmm.
I can say that.
Yeah,
Vows, I don't think enough people really take time to understand what they are saying when they express these vows.
they don't. I joke around and I say I didn't hear my vows until I remarried. Yeah.
That's real.
Yeah. I first time I was oblivious. It was cool. But the second time around, I was like, oh, that's what he's saying.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And
So
here's the thing, just because you understand something doesn't mean that you know how to do it. So here's the thing. Me and my wife went we basically lived like monks for 10 days. Went on a meditation retreat,
mm,
10 days, no contact with anybody, whole shebang.
yeah.
I walked away from that realizing this. People under people understand things on a devotional level, an intellectual level, or an experiential level.
Mhm.
But when you say knowing, if you know something, it's because you've experienced it.
Yep.
Devotional is what's happening right now. I'm saying something, you're hearing it, and it sounds good and you like it, you adopt it. Intellectual means that you've run it through some due diligence, you've reasoned and rationalized it.
Yep.
But experience, knowing, is only because you've experienced it.
Mhm.
That's it.
Mhm.
And so you can understand the language expressed in the vows, but unless you've lived the vows, you don't know what that is.
Yep. Real talk.
You don't.
Talk. Mhm.
And so now I can see, like, if we don't fix this tonight, this gonna linger for 2 weeks. It's gonna throw off. We need to have this conversation.
Yep. Yep. Might as well have it now, man. Just get it on out the way. And I struggled with that for years, Lord knows, but I had to learn. So
You,
I
I
get it
mean,
now. But
you
better late than never.
listen.
So,
I've had to. I would say this. I didn't know how expansive I was until I got divorced.
mm,
I didn't know how much space, how much I could endure, how much I could be with somebody, right? I think there's a difference between being transparent and being vulnerable, right? Transparent is like letting somebody see you.
yeah.
Vulnerability is letting somebody like be with you in your stuff.
Mm, hmm hmm
And so again, because I've already lived through my nightmare, there's nothing that life can throw at me that I care about. So
Yeah.
I'm raw, unapologetically me. I don't Vulnerability is like me taking my hat off.
Yeah.
I don't care.
Hmm. That's
But when you do that, you model behavior that shows other people how to do it.
yep.
And so my wife is very much, you know, uh, a personality. She about getting stuff done. But what I know is how sensitive she is. I know her sensitivity in a way that nobody else does.
Mhm. And that's that intimacy. That's that deep intimacy.
Right.
Hmm.
But I wouldn't know. I wouldn't have even known that I was capable of dealing with something like that.
Hmm.
Or I didn't know that this thing that we going through, we can overcome this or we can get through this because I hadn't endured a storm like that before. Now I'll be like, oh, what we doing? Yeah, let's get to this right now.
Yeah, right. Yeah, the confidence, man. Put in some reps, you put in some years. You like,
And quite frankly, when you remove divorce as an option, it's just not an option.
mm, yep. Because I told my wife, I'm like, I'm not doing this again. We gonna thug this out for real, for real.
I absolutely understand the sentiment of would you rather be happy or would you rather be right?
Man, listen. Yeah.
Whoever said that the first time put their foot in that because
For sure. Man, Dwan, this has been a phenomenal episode, man. I want to acknowledge you, first of all, for sharing your story with us, man. I definitely appreciate that.
for sure.
Want to acknowledge you for the content that you create, the business that you run, especially in helping us to think better and to be more aware, to not only just like getting our money right, but getting our mind right. What good is having some money if you messed up here? So I want to acknowledge you for those things, and also want to acknowledge you for saying yes again to marriage, right? Because that's not easy. That's another conversation to actually do it again. You know how many people check out after the first time? So I want to acknowledge you for those things, man. Let everyone know how they can get in touch with you. I'll have everything linked in the description below, but tell us what you got
Listen,
going on, all that good stuff.
I'm a very simple person to find. It's just my name, Dewan Mutunga. That's DeWaneMutunga on every platform. I don't got nothing fancy going on. It's just me. It's my name. I am. Uh, I care more about being relatable than being impressive. So, if you're willing to bring your full self, I'm always there at the full self table, and I really care about sharing the human experience with other people like yourself. So yeah, Dawamo Tonga on everything, and shoot me a message, send me a question. I really respond. I don't got no assistant or admin. It's really me.
Yeah.
I'm a real person living a real life, um, and yeah, I ain't no different than nobody else, man.
Yeah, for sure, man. Definitely appreciate that. What's up, Bravehearts community? This is Sean Heineman, your premier pre-engagement coach, back with another segment of It's Scary to Remarry, inspiring you to love fearlessly in the building with my co-host, Aquila Maddox. What's up, Q?
Hey, what's going on?
How you doing this evening?
I am doing well. I am doing well. I can't complain.
Good. I see the glow is just glowing.
You know why, Sean?
Why is that?
Do you see?
Oh, the
The
braces.
braces are gone.
Oh, that's what's up. Okay, well,
Yes.
to those who got to watch the video, then you got to see Cube with the braces off.
Ooh, I'm excited, y'all. It's been a long time coming. I've been feeling like I was 13 for 4 years.
Oh, this is gonna be a good one. Q got the brace. It's on
So I'm ready, y'all.
for sure, for sure. Well, this episode is going to be a phenomenal one. Signs
Yeah,
you ready to remarry. Oh my God, this is you ready for this one, Q?
absolutely.
Okay, for
And
sure.
he looked too serious to be like, we don't need to play games. We need to skip the pleasantries. He looked like he ready to get in, drop some knowledge on us. Okay. So look, let me find me a pencil because I feel like I'm gonna have to write something down. You know what I'm saying? I'm
He
ready.
He is ready. Let's talk about today's guest. In 2020, he was dropped into the world of Christian singles. From there, he began studying the issue singles face, especially Christians. He created Christian Singles Connect, an online community with over 3,500 members and growing. I'm sure that number is way past that. We believe in the message that God loves relationships. Amen to that. And while he do lean into the problems of single black women and single black men, the information can help everyone. Let's get let's get you married. Brave Arts community, let's show some love to Jay Stovall. Jay, what's happening, my man?
What's going on? Thank you for having me. I really do appreciate it. And, like I said, it's just always about trying to help people out here. I mean, that's what we're here to do.
Yes, love the
Love
platform,
it.
man. We had a blast on
We did.
your show, man. One of the clips that you had me on did really well.
Oh,
Uh,
it is super. It is
yeah,
super, man. That was one of my better videos, man. Shoot.
yeah,
I was like, I
man.
gotta have you back.
I love it.
You gotta pay me back, man. That's why I got you in a seat. No, I'm just joking. I want to jump into today's topic because I think this topic is so needed for today's culture, man. Especially to my folks who've been through a divorce, because life be life, and sometimes. Jay, what is the biggest lesson you've learned from your first marriage that shaped your perspective on relationships?
The biggest lesson that I learned was it's really important to know where someone is coming from and what really shapes their opinions, their personality, what they believe they're giving to the relationship. Because I know for me, I did not understand, I think, my ex at that level.
Mm,
And I think we have so many things in social media, so many things in media that loves to put every woman in one bucket and every man in another bucket. And that's all we get. It's like you're either in the bucket or you're weird. But, in reality, there's all these different personalities that actually exist in the world. And we actually have to not only appreciate them, but we have to respect them. And only by respecting someone else and where they're coming from can you really help that person, your person, become the best person they can be. And we don't recognize it sometimes, but it's like if we're with someone, like I know for me and my ex, I feel like I might not have done everything I needed to do to help her become the best person she could be.
Mm,
mhm.
And I think a lot of us don't think that way, but when we get into relationships, but to me, that's part of it.
Yeah.
And I think when we allow our person to move into a space where, they're uncomfortable, it just opens the door for a multitude of problems, that ends up coming out. And then we want to act like, oh, well, we didn't know. And then we go straight over into another relationship and we do the exact same thing. We get the exact same behavior. And so there's a point where we have to say, okay, some of this has to be me,
Mhm.
mm,
And so that was one of the things that I learned that I have to respect, whatever woman in the future, I have to respect her from where she's coming from, what she's trying to do, what her efforts are, what her hopes and dreams are, and not necessarily try to mold her into what I think that I want or I think I need. And I think we all kind of do that to some degree. And
Mhm.
so that to me is a huge one.
mm.
He already started out with, see, I ain't got no paper. I ain't got no paper. I wasn't ready. That's such a really beautiful answer, Jay. And I say that because I do, one, believe, if we could give a disclaimer every show, it would be the views and opinions expressed of those on Scared to Be Married. Like we come from the place of loving relationship, believing in connection, and you have to know the starting point. Like if you listening to people and you don't know we're not just up here interviewing people because we think this is cool. We really believe in relationship. We believe in people coming together, developing and building love and learning from their experiences. And even being, that's not what you just shared is not just a man thing, right? It's a human thing where we are all capable of showing up in relationship, being too heavy on self. How
Mhm.
are you showing up in impact of me? How are you showing up, knowing how I feel? And like you said, we're not leaning in really, you know what I mean? Enough to understand that person's viewpoint, their dreams. When you said that, that's so phenomenal because I've learned that, in some experiences, like give you example, we no longer date, but I dated someone who was going to school to be an attorney. If you
Hmm.
ain't never dated somebody, amen, that is going through that level of education or becoming a doctor,
Hmm.
then my God today. But what I'm saying is that the version of support that he needed, I'm just being honest. Like I understood, like most women, to be honest, wouldn't have been able to manage that. And I know that because
Hmm.
some of us who like affection, we all out here talking about my love language is quality time, whatever that is, those things, it doesn't negate the value of those things because that person is also trying to pursue a dream.
Hmm.
But you may have to show up a little different. You know what I mean? And you may have to take a seat and sacrifice,
Yeah.
in a way that you probably didn't imagine. And like you said, we end up sitting in a place where we really, when you mature, you sit in a spot. This isn't about blame,
Hmm.
Hmm.
whose fault it is, but this is about that love is not self-seeking, and I want there to be some tenure, and I want there to be longevity and happiness and fruitfulness, and you can't be fruitful on your own.
Mm.
You
That's
can't,
true.
we have to work in tandem with water and soil and all of that. So that's just such a wonderful response that, like you said, I may not have shown up in a way to help develop. But we won't be able to do that if we don't sit with the reality, like you said, that we all start out different, and we all have different viewpoints and things like that. That's just such a great answer. I love it.
For sure, for sure.
Mhm.
Jay, yeah, that was some grown man talk right there
You hear
because
me?
we don't hear that a lot.
No, it's the truth.
You know what I'm saying? That's rare. So you came out with guns blazing because usually, people, oh man, she was this, that whole thing.
Yeah, but I
Mhm.
Um,
think the blame game is part of the problem.
It is.
big time.
Everybody blaming the other side, and it's kind of like, okay, well, what was your part in it?
Hmm.
What was your part in it? I mean, I was just watching, what is it, the show when you meet the person at the altar and then you get married to them.
Oh,
And I forgot what it's called. I'm
Is it
always
Love is Blind or
not Love is Blind, but it's like
Married at First Sight?
Married at First Sight.
okay.
And it's season 15, and there's this lady on there. She 100% wants to beat up on this Asian guy because she keeps talking about he's telling, her business and all this other kind of stuff. But really, if you, as you're watching the show, you really kind of like half of his problems is yours too. You say you want she's mad at him because he's telling her business, but it's like you're on a national show. Everybody's in your business.
Are you kidding? Because that was my first
Okay.
thought.
And then even on top of that, it's like you're mean
Oh,
and you're not really giving him credit, and he's even at least coming back saying, I'm sorry.
Dang.
And so she don't see none of that. And even people are telling her that.
Yeah.
But she don't see none of that. She just see what he's doing to her. So, I've learned that, we all kind of have to take accountability and say, dang, where I mess up.
Hmm.
exactly.
Hmm. And I believe we heal faster too when we take that accountability. We're like, okay, God, this is why I messed up. I just don't want to take this with me. Can't take that to the promised land with you because you ain't gonna be able to get in there. Not with them issues.
Yeah.
Um,
Well, I think you don't heal what you don't address, though, Sean. You know what I mean? It's kind of
mm,
like going to
mhm.
the doctor. If you never go and raise the concern with the doctor that you've been having these issues with, let's say your foot hurting, then you're not gonna know that you out here on the verge of diabetes. Because you're not addressing whatever that issue is. You're not even acknowledging the fact that there's something wrong to get the help that you need. So, it's now there's no proper diagnosis to take place nor the healing. So yes, you are absolutely in fact delaying whatever healing that, could come. And now even the person who's with you is probably perpetuating the problem, talking about let's go get this good soul food without the sugar and carbs, not realizing they're a part of the problem for you. But because we haven't collectively had this dialogue around, like you said, having to acknowledge what is this pain point for me? Or, what's going on inside of me? What's making me show up, whatever particular way. So yeah, absolutely.
Sure. And speaking of that, Jay, because we're talking about being mature and taking accountability. How did you know you were emotionally healed and truly ready to consider marriage again?
But that happened for me. I mean, definitely, I do have, I think, a little bit more of a connection with God on it, but from a normal walk, a humanistic walk.
Mhm.
The first 2 years, honestly, I didn't know,
Mhm.
and I was one of those dudes telling women, "Oh, I'm good, I'm good. You ain't got to worry about it, girl. I got it, I got it." And I just be real. I mean, the first 2 years was pretty much worthless. I
Mhm.
mean, I ain't gonna lie. I feel sorry for all those women. I apologize if any of them watching. I definitely apologize because I was not on my best behavior.
Mhm.
And I definitely could not emotionally connect. I was emotionally unavailable, as some women say. And it wasn't until, like I said, I did meet one woman and I was kind of questioning the whole time. I was like, why do I kind of like her, but I don't think she's good for me? So that part of my brain was saying she's not good for me, but then there was another part of my brain that was trying to connect. And that was the first time that I recognized, oh, I think I'm healing because there was better quality women before her that I could not connect to. And she was, to me, not quite the quality, but I was connecting. And
Mm.
so that was to me the beginning of my true healing. And then I think once I got, like I said, around, like I said, you kind of go relationship to relationship. I kind of hate to say it like that, but let's just be real.
Yeah.
And so as I would go deeper and deeper in, depending upon, the woman and stuff like that, I just found myself getting closer and closer to women. I found it easier. I found, even however long we dated or whatever the relationship was, it was just became easier, softer, more open, more, expressive. We were a little bit more in the energy of it. And so I think around that time, and then, when I did get to that point, because I was already at that point, maybe a year or two in, where I finally forgiven my ex. I was trying to see, the relationship from her perspective. And so I already had that, going on. So that plus my own, like I said, walk and how I was interacting with women, that kind of let me know, okay, I think, yeah, I could get married again. I think I am ready. I think I can sustain, this relationship again. But I think people that are out there, they have to ask themselves really, I'll be real. I mean, why
Mhm.
are you so mad at your ex? There's some times where I think that, yeah, there's a legitimate reason. Maybe they cheated on you. Maybe they did this to you. They did that to you. But then there's a point where sometimes you guys just had a disagreement
Mhm.
and you can't even see their perspective. And if you can't see another person's perspective, I don't know how you're going to be able to sustain marriage.
Yeah, just stay single.
No, but for real. It's true. Yeah.
That's
Yeah.
real.
I have a question. What are some common misconceptions that divorced men have around remarriage that you believe?
This is a good one.
Well, I definitely think that there's always a concern about money. I think that that's men's number one concern. It's unfortunate, but it's such a big thing in our society. And yeah, I'm just gonna be real. That's like the number one concern. So I think some men are very concerned about women coming in, trying to manipulate them, trying to get at them, and then they make it's like a lot of different arguments. Like I say, when you deal with different personalities, it's so many different ways that we can say this. But I will say it's just more of they're afraid of a manipulative woman, a woman that is just after them for their money, a woman that will come in doing more hurt, okay, than bless them. And so I think that honestly, directly for most men, unfortunately, is probably the biggest issue. I think there's a lot more, but I think that's the biggest one.
It sounds familiar. It does.
Yeah.
It sounds familiar. And I mean that in the most compassionate way. Like, again, I do believe it's so important for me not to show up in any relationship connection as if I'm the only person with concerns, fear, apprehension, or anything like that. That would be foolish of me. But I do feel like, in all honesty, and in some ways there has to be, or should I say, I know for me in my own experience, there has been this degree of proving,
Mhm.
that I'm not that. You know what I'm saying? Because that conversation is so prevalent, because that concern, I can feel it. It ain't always got to be vocalized. I can feel that. I can see that, as a woman who believes deeply that we were when we talked about with one of our guests, she said many people are married, but not everyone is merged. you know, um,
Mhm.
I believe in being merged to where I want to. I said it's interesting when you really become one, then you understand. When the Bible talks about our body not being our own, we should be able to feel the pain point of somebody else.
Mhm.
And
Mm.
that shouldn't start just at marriage, the dating and developing. That's really what that dating is developing that connection. And it is a ground of proving, right? You're being the evidence that marriage would be appropriate here. And so I found that in my own experiences, there was this degree of proving. Like, let me prove to you I'm not here for your money. Let
Mhm.
me prove to you that, I'm a partner. I'm a multiplier, not a divider. I'm not here. Like, the worst thing in the world that could happen is we separate. We meaning we don't be together. It's not me trying to take you. Why you trying to stick me for my paper? Like, that's not me. Like, we're not there. You know what I'm saying? We're not out, I'm not trying to, I'm like, check my references. I really be saying that. Like, check my references. Ask the people who have been with me. I'm not here to, cause you harm. And, I believe equally in us, and this isn't, and that's what I honestly say too. When you understand, like, in my viewpoint, a lot of men I've dated are mature. The conversations are not always about money, but you can still see apprehension, right? That don't mean they're not giving, right? But you can still see that being a little bit of a concern. And some are direct in saying, I had talked to a guy on a dating app and he was like, man, it's crazy because when I look around me, a lot of my friends, they just, was all put on child support. And this man ain't even got no kids. How is you worried about child support? Like he ain't got no children, but he's literally apprehensive because of his group, like his friend group. They have all been put on child support, and the woman is like dragging them and never gave them a chance to just show up as the father.
Mhm.
And that was what he said. That's also why, honestly, he was also apprehensive about having kids. But I'm just saying, so I'm kind of teasing, but it was all going hand in hand. He was concerned. He was like, everybody's out here just trying to put their man on child support. And I'm like, dang, we ain't even got to the relationship and we broke up already. Like, we already broke up and you concerned for child support and we don't have kids. We ain't even been on the first date. Like, this was already the conversation. So I do agree, like, by experience, by way of experience. But again, showing up, I do think that the man in my life, who, whoever that may be, is valid. Like his concerns are real as mine, and so when I look for like, Lord, how is it that I need to show up? Because I believe we heal each other, despite popular belief. I think we
Sure.
do. I think that no matter how healed you are, I get to come in and still be a remedy or a resolve to a broken circumstance that I may not have had no hand in. I get to be that because love is that. Love is healing.
Mhm.
Like, so it happens, and you take concern for what that person has experienced, not in the responsible way of I owe you and I gotta, and I gotta prove that I'm not that, but it's saying that I want you to know that you get to rest here. This is a safe place. That don't have to be a concern for you. You don't gotta worry about the air. So I do agree. And it sucks that we do live in a place and being a woman here in the conversations. I think it sucks sometimes listening to women talk about, yeah, if he get divorced, we get divorced, this is what's gonna happen. And they already counting the pennies. So
Yeah. And that's why I think a lot of women need to walk in. And honestly, it'll even protect them too. And I know this is probably my biggest, most controversial opinion. And I've talked to it with my group multiple times, and it's always split opinions on it. But I just believe everybody, honestly, probably over 32, needs to have a prenup. I just think if you're over 32, just go into the relationship with a prenup. You don't have to worry about it. You can go ahead and talk it out, say what you want, and then be done with it. Because for a lot of men, that'll make them feel a lot more comfortable because they don't have to worry about it anymore. And then let's be real, there's a lot of women, like even when I was telling you about, Married at First Sight, on that same season, there was actually a black lady, and they married her to, a black guy, and she wanted a postnup. Once getting married, you can still get a prenup, right?
Mhm.
But it's just called a postnup. And we found out, in that episode, she made over $400,000 a year, and he made roughly around 150. So she was trying to protect her assets.
Mhm.
So you got a lot of black women that are doing very well.
The Mary J. Blige effect.
Yeah,
Yeah.
so you making your money, so let's do it. And like I joke on my channel all the time, like if I married her, the singer, because that's my example. I always say that's my celebrity baby mama. But it's like if I marry her, she's a multimillionaire.
Mhm.
But if we go in with a prenup, she really don't have to worry about anything. She knows I'm coming in just for love, just
Exactly.
because I want to hang out with her, just because I think she's a nice person, and let's rock and roll with that.
Absolutely.
And see, that's one of those things that I think especially in these days will make a lot of people feel a lot more comfortable, especially when it comes to finances, and just saying up front, okay, this is how this is gonna roll, and this over here is how this is gonna roll. And then that way you don't have to worry about it. But I know a lot of Christians are against it. They say, hey, if you're doing it like that, you're preparing for divorce. But the bottom line is, there's still things about people you just don't know. And one thing I've learned about people too is sometimes people don't know themselves.
You
And
better come on.
Mhm.
yeah,
I
I mean
said you
that's
better
what I'm
come on
saying.
with it. Hmm.
And so a lot of times, and when I started, because like I said, I studied personality because I really was trying to figure out what was going on with me and my ex and why we got divorced. And one of the things I've learned is most of us, as we get angrier or more frustrated or more depressed, we actually turn into different people.
Mhm.
I agree.
We're not the same people. And the best way I describe it is like, everybody, I hope most people know who the Hulk is. Um, in the Avengers, right? But that's reality. You marry Bruce Banner, but then you get the Hulk when he's angry.
Hmm.
And in the Hulk, he can't even control himself. He turns on his friends sometimes. I mean, literally, they have several episodes where he turns on his friends.
Mhm.
And so that is the reality of how we as human beings actually work. So you might, like I said, marry some guy with really great intentions, and he might have great intentions. And then he gets so stressed out on his job. He gets so stressed out because of society. He gets so stressed out from this, that, and the third that now one day you come home and you're talking to him, and you're like, I don't know who this man is.
Mhm. Mhm.
That's a
And
reality.
then you're stuck with him until he comes out of that energy.
Yeah. And that happens a lot, right? That
Yeah.
that happens. That's a common thread in marriage. You just sometimes like you say, work, life, kids, bills, money. The prenup thing, man, that's another. I want to talk to you about that. I don't want to get too far off track, but there is a question from Nikki Trueboo Collins. She on Instagram Live. She had this question, Jay. Should divorcees consider domestic partnerships prior to considering marriage, especially when it comes to protecting personal assets, property, and other interests or investments?
Hmm.
Domestic partnerships. So she's basically saying what, live with each other? I want to make sure I understand the
Yeah,
term.
I'm assuming that she's saying like basically like living together before marriage.
Okay.
Hmm.
Well, like for me, I don't believe in living together.
Mm.
I know some people believe in it, but I think, especially from a Christian perspective, if we're trying to do things the way God wants us to do them, okay, we need to cut back on some of the extracurricular activities.
Mhm. Uh-huh.
And if you're living in a house, I mean, come on now, you're gonna do
You
what you
saying
gonna
ain't no
do.
cutting back. Ain't no cutting
Hey, we're gonna be
back.
real about it.
They're gonna have
So
church. They're gonna have
yeah.
church.
So I think a lot of people are afraid to live with each other. But again, I think when you're just over someone's house a lot, you're gonna kind of get to understand their flow. And one of the things that I definitely I encourage all people to do, especially on my channel, is on your phone or you can write it down on a notepad. Take notes of your person. Like if I started dating a woman, I'm gonna pick on you, Q. So if I started dating you, Q, okay, on the first after the first date, I would be like, okay, Q Maddox, age, blah blah blah. We had a good time, blah 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 blah, blah. And then I might even put on there yellow flag. She likes to eat with her mouth full. I mean, with her
Mhm.
mouth open or whatever. And I'm gonna put on there yellow flags, yellow flags, red flags. And then what I'm gonna do is every month I'm gonna review them.
Mm.
Because what happens is when we start to really like someone, we have all these chemicals that drip down over our brain and they cover the sins.
They do.
Mm.
And so you quickly start to forget what this person does. But what I found even in my marriage at the end, and I find this happens to a lot of people as they go through relationships, the very things that splits them up at the end is the things that they saw in the beginning.
Absolutely.
And so what for me, I'm always like, okay, take some time, write it down, review it, almost like you're studying for a test. And then you can logically, when you're away from the person, say, you know what? She eats with her mouth open, but I can live with it.
Hmm.
She burps without saying, excuse me, but I can live with it.
Hmm.
And so you have to think of it, through a systematic, logical way.
Mhm.
Yeah.
And then, like I say, if you know you're a neat freak and you go to their house and it's nasty, I mean, nasty where it's just look like it hadn't been cleaned in 30 years, you can't let that go.
Yeah.
That might not need to let it go if you one step away from OCD. Now,
30
if you
years,
don't care,
30
it
years
might not
looking is
be.
crazy, Jay. 30 years looking is crazy.
Yeah, 30 years. If it's 30 years, I don't even know I'm gonna make it to the door because the scent gonna come out from under the door. Uh, is that
No.
your
Right.
apartment?
But I want
No,
to co-sign real quick. Oh, go ahead, Sean.
no, go ahead, Q, because
I was gonna say I do agree. I've had conversation around the prenup as well, and I know I personally believe the prenup is only if we lose.
Mhm.
It's the contingency plan if we lose, right? But
Mhm.
since we win it, you know what I mean? It's in the background anyway. It's irrelevant, right? The giving still takes place. The love takes place. I'm buying you a gift, you'll buy me a gift. I'm making sure that our house is good, you're making sure our house is good. The prenup is only if we lose. And I don't think that, it's no different than people, when you have a job, you hopefully should have a backup plan that you have a savings account. That's what my dad used to say all the time. Make sure you save 7 months. Then nobody says, well, you're preparing to get fired or lose your job. The reality is you are putting something in place to preserve, to make sure that things are still good. And when you think from an investment standpoint, because to me, relationships are an investment. And when the Bible talks about being fruitful and multiply, which I believe, I'll be like, God, you so dope. That was like the first instruction that you gave us, but it was intercession. It was a plan of preservation because I'm already gonna not be able to rock with you if you're not fruitful. I'm not gonna do well. And some of us, we are, attaching ourselves to a person who's not fruitful. And when I say that, it's not just do you have money and resources, it's your mindset. Because how many people have money and they don't have the ability to continue to preserve those funds, or my point is if they got a spending problem, or if they're not able to know how to come together in a team effort to make certain things move and shake, right? So I do think that we've probably given a bad taste in our mouths, especially when you are and I don't think being a believer alone is the catalyst for disagreement. I think sometimes it's again not understanding investment, not understanding having something. Because I don't care what nobody say. It never makes me feel good to hear what Mary J. Blige went through.
Mm.
Never.
Yeah, that's real.
And you can have all the love in the world for somebody, but it isn't, I don't believe that the proof of love has to be that I have the ability to break you down to the point where you can't have and do. And,
Wow.
you know, if you're in the beginning thinking of them of y'all winning, then I'm not going to care that you're going to still win when I'm gone or if anything happened to us. You
Mhm.
understand?
Yeah.
I'm a productive person in on and off the court, whether
Mhm.
we together or not. You know what I mean? I'm a productive, so I'm serious. I'm divorced and I want him to win,
Mhm.
even if we're not together. On and off the court. I'm not trying to drag you. You affect my kids. You understand? Like it doesn't, there's no benefit there for me. So when we understand, you know, and likewise he feels the same, you know, like Aquila, if you good, I'm good. Because if you're good, our child is good.
That's true.
Right.
Mhm.
So I just think that sometimes when you have a productive, a fruitful and multiplying mindset, you understand that I don't want to be fruitful with you and divide after you go. I want to still be multiplying and in a position of that. So I think it's a really great, I'm listening. I'm never offended because I'm not out here to hurt nobody.
Yeah.
I'm not trying to stay, I'm not trying to take from no one. You're never gonna offend me like, okay, let's get a prenup if we break up.
Yeah.
I'm trying to stay here. We trying to live in this moment. I'm not trying to be on the other side of that anyway, right?
God, and Jay, this is a conversation, right? Because even in 2025, this is a really serious topic.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Uh, I do kind of want to switch lanes just a little bit though, because we crunched up against time. I I had a guest on a couple of weeks ago, and she said, and I want to get your opinion on this. I don't know if you've seen the clip, it's going crazy right now. It's like at 300,000 some views. She said men that are 40 and over who never been married or don't have kids make her cringe. Now, what are your, and of course the comments are crazy. You got to see the comments. What are your thoughts on a man who over is 40
Mhm.
plus, no kids, never been married? What are your thoughts on that?
I'm just gonna be real. I mean, when I run into that, a man that's never been married, I also look at it if he's never been engaged. So I'll even take it and kind of add that. I do think that's a red flag.
Mm,
Um, I think that's a red flag for women because it's basically a man that can't commit. And so for me, and I always say this, to me, one red flag does not throw someone out.
right,
I'm not going to throw somebody out for one red flag,
right.
but I do believe it is a red flag. Now, there are other stipulations to that. What if he was working on his PhD and it took him a long time? You know, what if he's trying to become a doctor or a lawyer or something that takes a lot of education? Maybe he was in the military or something like that. So I think you have to add all those things up. But if he's having just a regular, normal, quote unquote, American life, and he's been out here from 18 to 40, so now he's had 22 years to have the opportunity to settle down with the woman or at least have a relationship that could lead to being a fiance, then to me, I do see that as a slight red flag. You know, so I would, like I said, if it was my little cousin or my little niece or
Mhm.
my, some woman that was coming to me for advice, I would say, okay, that's a red flag. Don't throw them away, but that's a red flag, something for you to think about. So now I would ask, be like, can you go deeper into maybe why he's like that? Can you ask more questions to find out, okay, how did that happen? How did you get there?
Mhm. Mhm.
And see what he says about that.
Mhm.
Because I do think, we beat up on women a lot when they start to get close to 35 and they've never been married, but we don't beat up on men at all. And I think that it works really both ways.
Mhm.
And generally by 40, a man should kind of know who he is. He should kind of have established his career. So he shouldn't really have all those excuses about, okay, well, I can't do this and I can't do this and this, that, and the third. Instead, he should be focusing in if he cares to be married. Now, some men don't want to be married.
Right,
Yeah,
right.
true.
Yeah,
So we got to think about that too.
that's
So, but if he truly says, "Oh, I've always wanted to be married. I've been wanting to be married since I was 25," then again, that's something for I think women to think about.
hmm yeah. Because I found it interesting because I had a guest on yesterday. Ezekiel Nzawu, he was on, and we talked about that yesterday.
Hmm.
And he was like, hey, that, you know, it's pretty much like you were saying, those different kind of variables, you just kind of never know which, is he trying to be a doctor, or
Hmm.
is it because he has access to women like that where he don't have to marry.
But see, to me, even if he has access to women, to me, as a woman, and I know most women don't see this like this, but to me, again, that's a red flag. See,
Mm,
I'm gonna be real with you. I've never run into a true player, a true man that can get all the women he wants that ever stops.
mm,
I'm just being real.
mhm,
I have a few friends like that. They got married. They just cheat on their wives. They don't care.
mm, mm. Wow.
And like one of the things that I'm always telling women, because we all have these statistics, that says 80% of women are chasing 20% of men. And it's
Mhm,
usually the 20% of men that they're chasing are really generally the players. Okay, they're the Pookies and what I call the Raymonds, which is just a high value version of Pookie. And
mhm,
so you have your Pookies and your Raymonds, and they're basically making the rounds, so
mhm.
to speak. And then the average guy doesn't get much play at all.
Yeah.
And so what ends up happening is the Pookies and the Raymonds, they rarely ever settle down, if at all. If they don't have a literal come to Jesus moment, okay, many of them continue to play around.
Mhm.
And so now women are marrying them, doing this, that, and the third, and they're thinking, oh, okay, he's changed. He's gonna settle down for me. And then she finds out, okay, he's cheated on me with five other women, and he got two other babies out there, and now she's stressed out about it. Okay, but see, let's be real. A lot of men are just like, well, you had a chance to pick the good dude, but you didn't want him, so you went after Pookie and Raymond, so that's what happened.
Wow.
I can't tell you how many times I've heard that. From men perspective, they're like, no, they don't pick the women don't pick the regular dude. And I'm like, it's just, and it's a luck of the draw because, you're right in some cases. I'm not. I'm definitely looking for boring and square. Amen. Haven't been.
Well, I mean,
I'm
I don't think you got to get bored and
You
square.
get
I
the
just
point
think,
though. I mean, I'm just being honest. You get the
yeah,
point because sometimes, we get to cultivate and develop our own version of fun. We don't got to
yeah.
go live in societal's version of how they project fun to be or what they project good is and things like that. That's all I'm stating. But in the essence, but I think I'm being honest with you, y'all, women really be out here looking for stuff like that. Like I'm looking for I just want us to have a good time. And I think that those endorphins and looking for that high is
Mhm.
also, working against us, because then when you do have moments, like give you an example, having, dated a guy who was going to school to be a doctor, like believe it or not. So I think that's funny. He don't have kids. He's never been married, but he's actually still working on being a doctor. He's almost done. So the fact that but has been engaged, but he's talked about his experience. He's like, Aquila, most women don't want to be here and deal with some of the boringness that comes with my journey because I can't every week be out doing the version of dating that Instagram shows. you know
Yeah.
that's what I mean by boring. Like sometimes it's not as when I was married, I got married at 18. When we were we bought our first house at 20, our life looked very boring.
Mhm.
Especially imagine being, a 20-year-old who we didn't go out. We were saving all of our little $2.50 because of the dream that we had to be homeowners at a young age. That just didn't look like everybody else's life. And sometimes that was hard to accept and deal with. That was hard. Like, I want to go outside too.
I want to play outside. Jay, this has been a phenomenal episode. If you can answer this question real quick, so I think well, yeah, let me know what you think, Jay. But Nikki Trubu had one last question before we end. She said, should you consider marriage to a divorced man that tells you that you remind him of his ex-wife?
Honestly, that doesn't really bother me. It
Okay.
just depends upon how he feels about his ex-wife. I think that's really the
Mhm.
key. I'm just being real. I mean, again, I'll just give it from my perspective. When I finally got healed,
Mhm.
I recognized that if I ran into a woman that was about 80% of my ex-wife, I probably will be okay because if nothing else, I'm very comfortable
Mhm.
with that energy. I'm very comfortable with who she is. And now that woman would actually get the benefit of me taking time to reflect on what I did wrong and being able to give her a little bit more of what she needs to be healthy in that environment. But it's about, has the man, and we all talk about doing the work and therapy and all this other kind of stuff. But, my thing is, has he come to that mature place,
Mm-hmm.
where he can see it clearly?
Yeah.
And that was the thing that I always, say with people in general, is kind of like, we sometimes people talk about love languages, and somebody might have a love language. I'm just gonna make up something crazy, but they might have a love language where they want you to write them love notes.
Mm-hmm.
And what I find is people that don't want to write love notes will make up every excuse in the world not to write these love notes. They're just gonna make this big deal. It's like a big deal. And
Yeah.
it's like, dude, why is it a big deal? She wants the doggone love notes.
Mm-hmm.
Just take one Saturday morning, write her out 10 of them, and then every other time you see her, give her one. So it might last a month. You writing them for 1 hour on a Saturday morning. Give the woman what she wants. Okay, same thing I tell women. Give the man what he wants. As long as it's something that doesn't hurt you mentally,
Yeah.
physically, spiritually, or emotionally, I'm like, why aren't you down? If you
Mm-hmm.
told me that you were thirsty and you needed water, and then I didn't give it to you, okay, what kind of person am I? How can I say that I love you?
Wow. Yeah. And on that note,
Listen, wrap this baby up and put a bow on it, okay?
People are always going to be like, what did you do as the man?
Mhm.
Which is what I got. When I told people I was getting divorced, what'd you do? Okay, here we go. Because everyone assumes it's infidelity, typically, you know what I'm saying? And I think that for a lot of us, it's a sense of duty. Like, I promised God, I promised my family, I promised literally everyone, I promised myself that I would figure this out no matter what. And so you think that staying around means that you are doing everything that you can. And I think what I learned over time is that that's not the case, actually. Because staying is one thing. Staying and being active in figuring out what the problems are and being active in the solutions is something completely different. I think now women have the opportunity to choose what exactly they want, that they know that past generations of women have not had the opportunity, and they want what they want. And they want the best guy to settle down and be with them. And I completely understand it. I get it. It's just, and I know people hate hearing it, but it is actually the truth. And I've now seen it in real time myself. So people can't lie to me about it either. I've watched it. I'm in different groups. I'm in different singles groups and whatnot. Women talk about the things that they want every day. Men who they say that they want character-wise and everything show up to them every day. They're in their comments. We're having discussions, but they don't look the way that they want them to look.
I hope that you're the one, and that you are the prototype.
are you a content creator, YouTuber? Maybe you've interviewed someone on your video podcast and they said something that was really, really good, or maybe you said something that was really, really good. Well, enter Opus Clips. This is the platform that I use when I want to share 30 to 60-second video clips that I can share with the whole world. I mean, you can share those clips on TikTok, YouTube, Facebook, Instagram Reels, like these 30 to 60-second clips that Opus Clips can give to you with the click of a mouse. All you have to do is upload the recording and boom, Opus Clips within maybe 10 minutes will give you 15 to 25 different clips with description on the side of the video. And it also gives you like a title, and it gives you a rating and let you know how powerful that clip can be used on social media, from a rating of 99 all the way down to maybe 60. This is a phenomenal platform that has took my social media marketing to another level. If you want to level up your social media game, go in the description below right now and get the link for Opus Clips. This will not disappoint you. Life after divorce, it can be challenging. But what is that process like going through a divorce? And if you desire to love again, or maybe even remarry, what is it even like dating after being married for a certain amount of years? But we're going to talk about that in today's segment of It's Scary to Remarry. What's up, Brave Arts community? This is Sean Heineman, your premier pre-engagement coach, back with another segment of It's Scary to Remarry, wanting you to love fearlessly. This is our Life After Divorce series. It's been amazing. It's been helping so many people. So we continue to bring you great guests who share their experience, who can help you along the way. He's no stranger to the podcast. Brave Arts community, let's show some love to Matt Walker. How are you doing today, sir?
What's going on, brother? I'm doing well. I'm doing well. Thank you. How are you? How have things been?
Man, I'm good. Last time we got on, this is actually our third recording together, but I think the first time we recorded, it was like during COVID. So it was
Yeah,
crazy.
it was. Yeah.
Yeah, right. So we've been at it for a while.
Mhm.
The second video we did, we talked about the whole colorism thing and Kendrick and Drake, and that
Yeah.
reel went crazy. You were saying
Yeah.
some things on there, and it went crazy on Instagram. Uh,
Yeah.
I'll have that linked in the description for those who probably like, what did he say? What did he say? So you got to go watch it. Uh, for those who
Absolutely.
might not know who Matt Walker is, tell us a little bit about yourself and what you do.
Sure, absolutely. What's going on, everybody? My name is Matt Walker. I am 43 years old. I reside in the DMV. On social media, you can find me at King Midas, CH. That's King Midas, KINGMIDAS, CH. And I am a divorced man. I was married for 10 years. I was with my ex-wife for 14 in total, and have now been single again for about 3 years. It's been about 3 years. And so I'm just here to talk about my journey, what that's been like, and just to provide any kind of insight that I can for anybody who might be going through anything similar.
Mm-hmm. For sure, because that's what it's all about. We want to be able to help
Yeah.
some people in this process. We want to talk about the whole dating experience too and what that looked like, but we'll save that for later on in the show. Okay, so let's just kind of go back down memory lane. How did you and your ex-wife meet?
So we met in college. We both went to the same university. I'm 5 years older than her. So actually, when I was at the university, I was going into my master's program, and I had worked a pre-college program where you had high school seniors coming in to be college freshmen. They had to take some college classes ahead of time and basically get to live on campus. And we met there. And, over time, we didn't start dating until she was 22, I was 27.
Mm.
But we started dating, we made it official. And then we just kind of progressed from there. We were together for 3 years, got engaged, moved down to the DC area, got married, we lived in DC, ended up having 2 kids. And yeah, that's pretty much the gist
Yeah,
of it.
yeah. So what made you say she's the one for me during that time in your life?
Um, when I saw her willingness to sacrifice herself for me, I
Mm,
think that really showed me a lot. I think it really made me just I hadn't really experienced that level of love
hmm
before from a woman. And so I
hmm
think when I saw that, I was like, oh, okay, this woman is different. And I would love for her to be my wife.
Yeah, for
Yeah.
sure. And you said y'all have 2 kids together.
Correct. 2 daughters. Yep.
Two. Ooh, what is it like
Mhm.
with 2 daughters?
Woo! It's a good time. Uh, and my daughters are 5 and 9, soon to be 5 and 10.
Mhm.
Um, it's interesting. I can honestly say that being a dad, a girl dad specifically,
Mhm.
has trained me in a way as a man that I don't know if I would have gotten if I'd have gotten the son that I really wanted, at least not initially. You know
Mhm.
what I mean?
Mhm.
I'm a man who I've been mentoring and mentored young men since like official capacity since I was like 18, 19. And so I have so many mentees, you know what I mean? So I feel like I still am able to help affect change with younger men. And so that's kind of like where I kind of get that out in terms of,
Mhm.
you know, my still desire to want to have a son.
Mhm. Mhm.
But having two daughters really, it slowed me down. It made me really check my communication.
Mhm.
It allowed me to step outside of myself and really see how my voice and my presence impacts others, right? And just a quick example, you
Mhm.
know, I had to remind myself at one point that my daughters were going to daycare. So they have their mother that they interact with. They have all the women at the daycare or the early learning centers.
Mhm.
And every woman, every person there is a woman. So
Mhm.
I'm literally the only male presence that they deal with
Mhm.
every day when it was those scenarios outside of the little boys they would be in school with. And I think when I had that realization of how important that responsibility was, it changed me and it changed how I move and how I operate.
Mhm. Yeah, that's real. Yeah, I have my daughter, she just turned 21 from my previous marriage.
Okay.
So yeah, I have a grown kid. So
Congrats.
yeah, man. So they'll grow up before your very eyes, man. So
That's good. That's what's happening. So I'm taking every moment I can. I
yeah,
am.
yeah,
Mhm.
man, for sure. When did you know that there was trouble in paradise? Like when did you know like this marriage is it's starting to go downhill. We might not recover.
Hmm. I would say,
Or whatever you feel comfortable with sharing.
yeah, no, that's
Yeah.
fine.
Yeah.
I would say I knew probably about 10 months. I knew for sure
Mm,
about 10 months before it happened.
mm,
Um, and then yeah, a few months ahead of time, some other things just happened and
mm.
it was pretty much a wrap. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
But it's something I definitely saw coming. There were definitely issues and problems that had happened along the entire way, you know? And I think the biggest piece that I've learned is back in the day, we didn't have conversations about red flags a lot like we do now. You
Yeah.
know, we didn't, the language that we're able to use now, the things that we're able to label, the different reactions that we have to things, you know, now we have so much more language that we're actually able to express these things. And then
Hmm.
as men, we are now not only being given more space, but we're taking more space to actually express how we're feeling.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, for somebody like me, it took too long to get to that place. And that's why I have no ill will or anything towards my ex wife.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Because I completely understand. I
Hmm.
do.
Hmm.
And I've had to sit with that. And that was probably one of the harder things to do
Hmm.
because you know there it happens, you get spiteful, you get angry, and then you have to sit with the reality like nah, I understand. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
For real. Because, and I want to ask you this too. My ex-wife and I think we might have talked about this before. We were married 15 years, but the last 5 years, Matt,
Oh yeah.
we tried to make it work, right?
Yeah.
And the funny thing is my ex-wife told me, and the Bravehearts community know the story, but she told me, she was like, you don't love me anymore. And I remember I was like, no, I love you. Like, no. So I had to sit with that for a minute by myself and was like, oh shoot, I guess she sees something that I'm not even really aware. Like she see it in my actions.
Yeah.
And so my question to you is, what makes men stay in marriages longer than they should? Because if I'm correct, I think statistically men will stay longer because we always throw about that percentage of women, 70% of women file for divorce, but we never really talk about the in-between stuff. So
Yeah. I think, and you know, it's a question that I've gotten so many times and I've had
mm,
to think about it. I think there's a few things. I
hmm.
think embarrassment. I think who wants to be the divorce guy, you know? I think that there is shame because at the end of the day, what you know is going to happen is that people are always going to be like, what did you do as the man? Which is what I got. You know, when I told people I was getting divorced, what'd you do? Okay, here we go. Because everyone assumes it's infidelity, typically, you know what I'm saying? Um, and I think that for a lot of us, it's a sense of duty. Like I promised God, I promised my family, I promised literally everyone, I promised myself that I would figure this out no matter what. And so you think that staying around means that you are doing everything that you can. And I think what I learned over time is that that's not the case, actually, because staying is one thing. Staying and being active in figuring out what the problems are and being active in the solutions is something completely different. And I think I will speak for myself in this, and I've, you know, talked to other men who have been divorced as well. A lot of us stayed around but we were not present mentally and emotionally and physically we're in the house with them and we're handling the business, you know, like we're helping with the kids, we're doing all the things, but we're not connected and we're not together. And I think a lot of women end up feeling lonely and feeling like they're on their own. And so although men, we do stay a lot, I don't know if we're all as active as we actually need to be in coming with the solutions for what's going on. And I also don't think that we have necessarily been empowered enough to be told that if something is going wrong, that you need to be the catalyst for change. And that also, if something is going wrong and the other person doesn't want to fix it, it's okay to pause. It's okay to separate. It's okay to, you know, make certain moves. For us, it's always kind of been like, be the man, be stoic. That's it.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah, that's interesting because I remember going through my divorce and I was talking to a pastor friend of mine and he said, Sean, you're just loyal to a fault. Like you sticking around and basically you know it's over.
Yeah.
But you just trying to make it work. And like you said, that God factor, you just like, oh, you know, God hates divorce and you know, but what is life going to look like on the other side for me as a man? And
I was afraid too. Like what does life look like on the other side of this? What do I tell my children? You know?
Yeah.
My parents were divorced. I promised myself as a kid I would do everything I could to never have to deal with the same thing, you know? And here we are. So
Yeah. And who walks down the aisle thinking that we're going to get divorced?
Right.
You know?
Right.
That's never the goal.
Exactly.
And I remember telling because we had a blended family. My ex-wife had a son before, you know, we were together and we had our daughter together. And I remember us sitting in the we was like in the living room and we just broke the news to them and they was just crying like, you know, but we told them at the time we were just gonna separate, not divorce.
Yeah.
And they was just like I can still see that image of the way they looked even as I talk to you. And I was just like, I just thought that that would never happen. And even after the separation, it's less like we tried to make it work again, and it just didn't work. It was just like, let's just call it quits. And I filed for divorce. You know, so
that's good. I mean, that's good that you felt that you were strong enough to even be able to do that, man.
Yeah, I was nervous about that, but I was like, I have to do this.
Was there any concern on your end of perception of you being the one to file?
Yeah, man. And I think that's why I stayed in a marriage as long as I did, because I was playing this in my head thinking, because you know, being Christian, you're in the church world. Here I am mentoring marriages and families, and you know, I'm known in the church world, and I'm just thinking like, how is it that I'm mentoring these marriages, and here it is, I'm getting a divorce.
Right.
So I tried to stay,
That's heavy.
yeah, trying to save face and you know try to smile, and it was bad. But I believe one of the best decisions I've ever made, and I would never talk bad about my ex-wife, but that gave me the courage to say that I can do anything
Mhm.
after filing for divorce to actually take that step on my own.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
So while married, did you both seek therapy? And if so, was there ever an aha moment for you in therapy?
hmm So I'm someone that's very like used to therapy. It's my mom brought me to therapy when my parents were getting divorced as a kid. And so I have gone to therapy. We did go to therapy together. We went to pre-engagement counseling,
Mhm.
premarital counseling, and then I think it really slowed down once we got married, you know,
Mhm.
because now we have the conversations about nurturing the marriage. Go to therapy so you don't need it. Go to therapy to help avoid that. You know, have that third party that can just listen to you,
Mhm.
you guys, and keep you on the straight and narrow. And I think that there were times that we did go. There were times I went individually. Sometimes she went individually. But I do think at some point it was almost like too late for that. You know
Mhm.
what I mean?
Mhm.
I did have an aha moment more so when we did our last bout of couples therapy. This was in like that 10-month range I was telling you about before when I knew it like it was probably going to be over, but we were in couples therapy.
Mhm.
And there were a lot of aha moments then. And most of those aha moments, honestly, were based on childhood traumas, learning about attachment theories,
Mhm.
attachment styles,
Mhm.
um, just really unpacking a lot of the unhealthy mental health issues that I'd had. I was diagnosed with ADHD like a year before that.
Mhm.
And so that really answered a lot of questions. And so those aha moments have absolutely changed the trajectory for my life
Mhm.
individually. And I think for our lives now, because we still interact regularly because of the kids. You know
Mhm.
what I mean?
Mhm.
And for the better completely. I had to go through a lot of bad,
Mhm.
but coming out on the other end of things, yeah,
Mhm. Mhm.
it's pretty good.
Yeah. Yeah, I think for me, my aha moment was actually my ex-wife and I, we had a conversation. I remember we're separated and we had a talk and I asked her, I was like, moving forward, what do you think I could just do better as an individual, you know?
Mm.
And she was just like, you're selfish. I was like, dang. Just like, you're selfish. And she said that I was emotionally unavailable.
Mm. Uh,
Yeah,
yeah,
right.
yeah,
And looking back, and it helped me to be a better husband now because I remarried.
right.
But back then, I just couldn't see it.
Just couldn't see it.
Yeah.
I just couldn't see it. I don't, and I literally, when you said it just now, it was kind of refreshing because that's literally what I always say. I just couldn't see it. I don't know. There's no other way to really kind of explain it. You know, I think what marriage did for me is it unlocked a whole new layer of like self discovery, self actualization, and just really when you're with someone who sees you day in and day out, they see all of you and they see the things that you don't want to face about yourself.
Mhm.
Ooh. That one, that one hurts, man, because they're telling you things about yourself that sometimes you know and you've been trying to hide for a long time. And so when they see the bare you, it can just be a lot to deal with. And I can be honest now and say that I wasn't ready to hear a lot of that feedback. I was not. I wasn't ready. It didn't make sense to me. You know, I was the guy who had been to therapy as a kid. I was the guy who I'd always been told I communicated more than any other guy, any other person. I had always been that man who showed up better than most other men from the women, from my conversations.
Mhm.
But I had also never been with any of these women 24/7, 365. I didn't marry any of those women. So they only got to see that one side. And when you only have to keep things on the surface, when it's time to go deeper, and now you're in this uncharted territory of actually having to show up differently as a man, as a husband, and needing that emotional assistance too. It's just this whole other dynamic that a brother was not ready for. There was the training. I missed that manual, I missed that training. And so I think that it was a life experience now, but I'm making sure that my kids are going to be in such a better space, And so I'm thankful for it from that standpoint.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, because of course, when it comes to dating, and I'm just using this, I'm just saying, but a lot of times
Right.
dating is 10 feet wide, but 6
Mm-hmm.
inches deep.
Right.
You get married,
Mm-hmm.
and like you said, it all comes out because they
Yeah.
with you day in and day out, and then they see things that you can't see. But I do believe that's the beauty in marriage too, that if you're willing and open. See, I know for me, I wasn't willing and open. I thought I was.
I thought so too.
Yeah, I thought I was.
Mm-hmm.
And I realized it was only after it all ended, and I had to literally sit with myself and was like, "Oh yeah, yeah, you need to tighten some stuff up."
Yep.
For real. What was your after the divorce? What was your biggest takeaway? Like, what did all of this teach you?
It's so many things. I really feel like divorce has humbled me in a lot of ways. I think it's allowed me to be honest with myself. I see myself for who I really am, and I am now in love with all of me. And that has been a larger journey than I'd ever expected it to be. I didn't even know it was a journey I needed.
Mhm.
Um, it's it's forced me also to get out of these insecurities, man. You know, because just because I have insecurities and issues doesn't mean that my now ex-wife has to walk on eggshells when she talks to me,
Mhm.
because that's not fair to her. That's my problem.
Mhm.
And I think it's really helped me own a lot of my stuff and the things that I need to work on. And I'm just so much more self-aware. And to be quite honest, divorce has allowed me to break some generational curses too.
Mhm.
And I think that although my parents were divorced,
Mhm.
also, the space that I allow my children to be in order to make sure that they express themselves as young ladies, as little girls, the space that I create for them and the way that I allow them to talk it out, even my 5-year-old, we talk out the things that are bothering us. And the questions that I ask them to help them think critically for themselves is completely different than what I was raised with. I come from a Jamaican family there, and even just back in the day, I don't even think it's just culturally, there just was no opinion of a child. There was no
Mhm.
thought process. There was no space for me to think. And I was actually taught to not have an opinion on anything. So to now be in this 24/7, 365, partnership with this other person, and she's requiring this emotional investment that I have never tapped into. I'm fully tapped in now.
Yeah.
And I don't know if that would have happened the other way because it wasn't happening in the marriage. I
Mhm.
wasn't seeing it. So
Mhm.
and so I have to assume that this is the only way that would have happened. And so those are the things that I would mainly say that I really learned about myself from the divorce, like the transparency.
Mhm.
I'm sorry. I've also learned to be completely honest, no matter how difficult it may be, no matter what the
Mhm.
problem is, what scale of problem, to be completely honest and forthright, because lying never works. It literally never works. It
Never.
does. It always ends up coming back up in some way.
Yep. Yep.
Just tell the truth off the rip the band-aid off, deal with what's ahead of you, and keep it moving. I promise you, lying does absolutely nothing. It does. I've done it plenty of times over silly things, you know? So,
yeah. I'm with you, man. I'm with you. Like you say, it's to, because I've learned that too over time. It's like, just go to war now, get it out the way, whatever. Just deal with it because you don't want to deal with it 10, 15 years from,
You don't, man.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. I had to learn that as well. And like you say about the walking on the eggshells and stuff like that. And I had to learn that myself.
Yeah.
Not to be able to walk on eggshells and to be a place where because that's one thing that I didn't do well with my ex-wife was when she expressed herself, it was just like I just started getting frustrated instead of just listening and take it and be open to that constructive criticism opposed to being defensive. So she felt like she couldn't talk to me. So
right. I was very defensive, so I understand completely. And that's kind of like the other piece, right? Because my ex and I, we've talked about it, and we've talked about how with the things that we know now, we know what the red flags were with one another back then. So the relationship probably wouldn't have gotten to marriage because of certain things that we now recognize. And so, like, one of the things is if I felt like I needed to lie all the time, I needed to stop, look within myself. Why don't I feel comfortable? If I felt like she wasn't creating a space that I needed to be in, then I needed to be responsible enough as a man to leave before we even got married. You understand what I'm saying? Or I needed to look within myself and be like, if there's something that's keeping me from communicating appropriately, this is my problem. And I need to address this if I plan on being in a relationship with another person. And that's just what it is. And these are all the mature things that I know now at 43. So, hey, we're here.
Yeah, right.
Yeah.
Because I was from that generation too about children should be seen and not heard. We shouldn't have an opinion. We weren't allowed to feel. We weren't like, it was just like, just exist. And I remember growing up where I felt like I could never express how I felt because my mom and we would have struggle Olympics. It was just like, oh, well, you got issues. Well, what about me? I got to pay these bills. And you just like, I ain't asked for all that. I just wanted a hug.
Right.
Yeah. So,
seriously. Yeah.
Yeah, that's real. No shade to mom because sometimes mom be watching showing stuff. So
right. No shade to mom. We love you.
No shade to mom. Okay, so now what is life like for Matt post divorce?
I've spent a lot of time in this year, 2024. One of my goals was to really get my mental health together. And I'm extremely proud of where I've gotten to in this last going on 8 months. And it really made me like when when people say they're working on themselves, like I actually had to like remove myself from social circles, different people, family a little bit, and really just concentrate on, okay, what are my issues? Because I'm pretty sure I had to start journaling again and just really getting my thoughts together. And so life for me now is very honest. Things are really good. I have to be honest. I'm the happiest I've been in a long time.
Yeah.
And it's just, my kids are adjusting pretty well to everything. My ex and I get along. We've never really gotten along much better, except then before we were dating, we were just friends. I think that's because when it comes to the kids, we've always been able to work well as a team. And we just kept that same kind of energy. And we didn't have a contentious divorce at all. And so that's a blessing. I know a lot of people don't have that experience. Thankfully we did. Yeah, my divorce cost like $180. And that's the paperwork. You know what I'm saying? I have no complaints. And so that's another it's just like there's nothing to complain about. You know what I mean? When it comes to that stuff. And so it's just also, I think, allowed me the space to, like I said, focus on myself. My relationship with my kids has never been better. So that has been beautiful. Dating is, I don't have the same complaints that everybody has about dating. I know people are like, the dating pool has pee in it and everything. And I think part of it is because I'm a positive person, bro. I will never speak that on my life, ever. You're never going to hear me say that dating pool is bad. I'm not going to speak that. And because all the people who complain about it say that every day, multiple times a day.
Yep.
I think that has something to do with it. I genuinely do. I also don't necessarily have a hard time getting dates. So that probably has something to do with it also. When I was dating one caliber of woman, I would date for a little while. I would take myself out of the dating pool because I wasn't getting what I wanted. And I would recalibrate and do some more work on myself. And so like earlier this year, I didn't start dating again until June. And the women that I've met since then have been really, really great, honestly.
Yeah.
Character-wise, they show up differently and better. And I think it's because I'm better too. You know what I mean? And so, yeah.
So let me ask you this now, because I know. So do you prefer to date younger or older women?
I honestly date everyone.
Yeah.
I do. I've been in a relationship since my ex and I broke up. I was in a relationship for 6 months. That woman was a year older than me. And I mean, I will say this, most of the women who are attracted to me or who to like approach me are typically in their earlier 30s. And they definitely, their whole thing is like, at this age I've matured or something. That's what people say. I've had a marriage before. So the fact that I've even tried to be a husband at one point, a lot of women respect that, and the fact that I'm open to it again, obviously. And so I think, yeah, I date honestly anybody who is willing to just meet me where I am and is willing to just do a few things, like be accountable for the things that they say, own it, not be a liar. As some of the basic things, which is harder to find than you would think, actually. That is something that I have learned too in this dating game. But we'll talk offline about that part.
Oh, okay, for sure. So it seems like there's so many people, like you say, that complain about dating, and I have seen some horror stories, right? Because I
Yeah,
have
for sure.
some family members that have shown me texts and videos of people with it, and I'm just like, they
Yeah.
really asked you that, so I don't discredit that. But you are one of the very few people that has said your dating experience has went well, and you attribute that mostly to your attitude.
Absolutely. Yeah. I mean, it also helps that I've been like back in the gym pretty
Oh, okay,
regularly.
okay, yeah. Okay,
I'm
yeah.
not going to say that's a bad thing. That helps a little bit.
Yeah, for sure.
But yeah, my attitude, I mean, yeah, I refuse to look negatively at it. And probably what it is too, I also have a very problem solve kind of mindset. So when I wasn't meeting the women that I wanted to meet, I took some of the feedback that I'd gotten from some of the women that I wanted and didn't necessarily want me. I talked to some of my friends, some of the women friends in my life, got feedback from them. And then I just thought about certain things to myself. And then I made those changes. I think that's the part that a lot of people don't actually want to do. And I'm not talking about I'm going on a trip for a week out in like the mountains away from everyone. I'm talking about like really facing like I had therapists, I had different doctors helping me like really get to the nitty gritty. I had to switch therapists. I had one and he was like, I think I've been able to help you as long as I can. And he's the one that got me through the divorce. And he was like, I think you need somebody new. So I took a few months off. Then I got somebody new. She has been amazing. You know what I mean? And really helped me like come up with different coping mechanisms and different tools. And so I just feel like, but I had to face a lot of ugly truths. And I just don't feel like a lot of folks want to do that.
Yeah.
And don't want to do the work that it takes. I also now have to wake up in the mornings and go to the gym. Who wants to do that? But the women that I like a guy who has muscle and is fit. So, getting fit is what I need to do anyway for myself,
Yep.
for my kids. you know, but a lot of people don't want to do that. That's work no one wants to do, you know? And so I think a lot of folks, not everyone, put themselves in some of these situations.
I love that. Yeah, because I work out at home. I have all my stuff in my
Oh,
garage
good.
and
Good.
trying to save me a couple dollars.
Yes, sir.
And
Uh-huh.
I've been exercising 3 days a week and
Good job.
bumping it up to 4 because I'm like I need to get in at least 4 days. And it
Good.
can be challenging with little kids and stuff like that. So I get it. There was one question I wanted to ask you. Oh, because a lot of times it seems like when it comes to dating, people say that there aren't any good men, there aren't any good women. I don't know if that's just internet talk or people really out here struggling. And hear me when I say this, Matt. If I was single again, and no shade to my singles, because I got single subscribers. I love y'all. But if I was single again, Matt, I could easily find another wife. Now I don't know if that's just because I'm a man and there's, you know, more women than men, but I'm just like, why do people make it so hard to find somebody that they want to be with?
Um, I think there's a couple of things. I think there is definitely an illusion that social media has created.
Mhm.
People do want to be able to post. I think that for a long time we may have downplayed the looks requirement that women actually have for men because grandma didn't wasn't able to be as strict with her requirements. You know what I'm saying? Mom couldn't even be as strict with her requirements. And I'm talking, you're my peer. So we're talking baby boomer type parents and grandparents are even old. You know, we have to go with the brother who is moving the right way, wants to be a father, a husband, wants to do this family partnership thing together. But a lot of the women weren't able to move independently, which is also part of the reason why when you talk to a lot of women, they will tell you that their grandmothers told them, make sure you have money on the side, make sure you get education so that you can move around this world freely, right? And in case your husband starts doing some wild stuff, let's just keep it a buck.
Mhm.
I think now women have the opportunity to choose what exactly they want, that they know that past generations of women have not had the opportunity and they want what they want.
Mhm. Mhm.
And they want the best guy to settle down and be with them.
Mhm.
And I completely understand it. I get it. You know, it's just, and I know people hate hearing it, but it is actually the truth. And I've now seen it in real time myself. So people can't lie to me about it either. I've, I've watched it. I'm in different groups. I'm in different singles groups and whatnot.
Mhm.
Women talk about the things that they want every day. Men who they say that they want character wise and everything show up to them every day. They're in their comments. We're having discussions, but they don't look the way that they want them to look. And so those men get passed over. And I understand it. And then the guy who's super attractive comes on and he says something, and the women are fawning over him. These are live conversations. And I'm like, this is, again, I have no problem with that. But that brother does not want to be married. And he literally has all 30 of you commenting right now. He knows he can have all of you. He's good.
Yeah.
And this is just the complete honest truth. The same thing with a lot of men. Brothers want it. The arm candy has always been important, but brothers want next level arm candy right now. But they don't necessarily want to do arm candy work.
Ooh.
And they also want the arm candy to be super intelligent, but be a homemaker, but have a career and have her own thing going, but also know how to be a wife and cook and clean, but also treat me like a man. Like, brother, sometimes when I listen to bros, I'm just like, y'all, you want her to literally be everything. It doesn't work that way. But
Yeah.
they've seen different reels on social media. So, like, no, this is possible.
Yeah. Yeah.
And I think, folks have to be willing to do what it takes to get what you want, right?
Mhm.
And examine the people who do actually are interested in you. And if you don't like the selection that you have, like I said, I didn't, do what it takes to change to get a better selection. And that is the wall that people fall at. That's where everybody stops.
Mhm.
Nobody wants to do that part. They genuinely have no, especially the older folks.
Yeah.
Our 40s and up, folks?
Yeah.
No.
Yeah.
They don't want to change for nobody. No.
Yeah. Take me as I am.
Come on, Sean. Stop doing that, brother. You didn't say it was church today.
Hey,
Come
we're
on
gonna
now.
have some. We're gonna have some church.
Brother, just a little bit.
Yeah, just a little bit. No, I get it, man. This is so good, man, because there's so many women that eh, love my sisters, but like
Me
you
too.
said, they want that man the way they want him to look, and I get it. Looks are very important. Don't get me wrong.
Yeah. Mhm.
But and I was talking to my wife about this the other day. Let me know how you feel. But I was
Mhm.
like, I don't think you can just have everything. I think some things, you know what I'm saying? Like you know,
Yeah.
if you like a woman built a certain way, that's cool.
Right.
But she might not be as respectful, or she might not have tact.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? Like, ooh,
Right.
she a brick house, but she don't know how to talk to me.
Right.
You
Right.
know?
And the woman that will literally praise you and worship the ground that you walk on and do all the things that you said that you want a woman to do, but she doesn't look the way that you want her to look. I completely understand. I get it. And that's the conundrum that so many of us are in because it takes a lot of work to change. And also, people, I think we've also romanticized being alone nowadays. It's a social media trend to an extent.
Mhm.
People dating themselves, which is fine.
Yeah.
But I feel like we're glorified a little too much, and I don't know. I'm not even gonna open this can of worms. It's so much. I have so much to say, but I'm not gonna go there. But I see it in real time now.
Yeah.
For years, not for years,
Mhm.
when my marriage was falling apart, and even when we met on social media,
Mhm.
that's when I first started hearing about it a few years ago. And I was completely confused. I would tell men they were lying. I was like, women are not moving like that.
Yeah.
You guys don't know what you're talking like, arguing. 4 years later, I have had to apologize to a few of those brothers
Wow.
because I've literally seen it for myself. I've now had the conversations with other women and they've said it out of their mouths. So it's like, it's not a secret anymore. And a lot of women are like, I will wait. I would rather be alone than not have exactly what I feel like I deserve and what I want. And I'm not going to tell anybody that they need to be in a relationship. Nope. I don't like being alone. Like I can be alone, but I don't want to be alone for the rest of my life. You understand what I'm saying?
Mhm. Okay.
That's what I.
Yeah.
So, hey.
Yeah, I guess some people they just willing to die on that sword, huh?
Mm-hmm.
They just
And a
like,
lot of men are willing to die on that sword too, and that is, I think, men's largest downfall to an extent too. Brothers not appreciating and really understanding the value of family, what creating a family, being a husband can really look like. And I think sometimes as brothers, we forget we are just starting these conversations about men communicating, really making sure that men have community among one another. And in that community, making sure we really talk about real stuff going on.
mhm,
This is newer.
mhm.
So I'm not sure why brothers feel like being by themselves for forever and just having random interactions with women for the rest of their lives is one going to be like uber fulfilling, but even more importantly is how you really want to spend like your last end of your days. And I've talked to enough men in their 70s and 80s,
Mhm.
and they all kind of say similar things, man, like making something work back in the day that they should have, put more energy and effort into.
Mhm.
And, when you talk about the people on the deathbeds at the hospice care and folks like that,
Yep.
you can't sit here and tell me that there's all these people visiting all these men when in the same breath we say society doesn't care about men. You got to pick one. Are you by yourself in that hospice? Nobody visiting you? Because that's what the hospice nurses say, men and women.
Yep. Mhm.
I'd rather not.
Yeah.
I'd
Yeah.
rather not.
Yeah. Cause life be moving. You know, I'm
It's moving.
man, listen, I'm 47. Like I have fewer years ahead of me. You know what I'm saying? So
Yeah. I mean, that's our reality, right? You know what I mean? It
yeah,
is. Yeah.
you know. So yeah, it's best to because I know it's easy to think when you're 25, you're just like, yeah, I got,
Right.
and I get it. But yeah, you get up there and how you treat people is really gonna be a reflection of what you're gonna be like on your deathbed.
Absolutely.
You know, so this is good
Absolutely.
talk.
Yeah.
Man, I'm gonna have to bring you back on the show again, man. You every time
We
we have
got to
a
keep doing this,
conversation,
man.
man.
We got to keep having these real discussions, man.
Ah,
You know, healthily.
yes,
I think that's the best part, you know?
yes,
And I
yes.
appreciate you setting the tone and even like recognizing like we can have a discussion about divorce and there's zero mudslinging on the ex-wives.
Yeah,
For
yeah.
what? You know what I mean? And
Mhm.
so, yeah, I appreciate it, man. Thank you so much for the space and the opportunity again, as usual.
Yeah,
And yeah.
for sure, man. Well, for those who might have missed the beginning of the show, let everyone know how they can get in touch with you on social media.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Again, hit me on social media on IG, King Midas CH, King Midas CH. That's Instagram. You can catch me on Facebook, Threads, Twitter, all that.
Mhm,
And again, thank you, good sir.
mhm.
Appreciate you. And yeah, I can't wait till the next one.
For sure, man. Bravehearts community, you heard it here. Go connect with Matt. As you can tell, the man has wisdom, has experience, and talking real. I mean, just unadulterated, real conversations that we gotta have. So y'all make sure y'all connect with Matt. And I know the ladies probably once they see this, they're gonna be all in your DMs and stuff. But you know,
The DMs are open.
DMs
That's,
are open.
they are. They are. Listen, I'm 6'2", ladies. You know, I go to the gym regularly. How you doing? Nice to meet you.
Hey, that's what's up. But ladies, go slide in that DM. Make sure you connect with Matt.
It for me, it felt like gut punch after gut punch. It felt it felt lonely, you know, um, and like across the board, man. It felt, and this in no way is like blaming, my ex or anything like that, bro. It's just the emotions that came up for me, man, during that season leading up to it. Cause in this season, like I was wrecked. I was wrecked, man. Like just emotionally within myself. Like, Wayne, you was supposed to be that dude. You know what I mean? And so like you got pride, you got your family members, you got the church at the time I was pastoring. Like, you know what I mean? And when I was going through, post my divorce, bro, I didn't just lose, like the marriage, in the space of divorce, if you will. I didn't just lose the marriage, but I also lost my job, bro. Like most people, bro, like when you go through a divorce, it's like, you lose your relationship. And don't get me wrong, like definitely not making light of that.
Of course.
It's one thing to lose your relationship, but it's a double thing, bro. Like you lose your relationship and you broke.
What's up, Bravehearts community? This is Sean Heineman, your premier pre-engagement coach, back with another segment of It's Scary to Be Married, wanting you to love fearlessly. This is another part of our Life After Divorce series. It's been doing really well. People has been sharing it. People has been inboxing me. People are going through divorces and they like, I need that series. So we're going to continue in this because the testimonies has been a blessing to so many people. Today's guest, this is a special one because he been knowing me way back when before Scary to Remarry. He knew me the first time around. He was there for me when I went through my divorce. I mean, I've done life with this man. Today's guest is a believer. He's a husband. He's a father. He's a friend of mine, someone I admire. He's a pastor, an entrepreneur, and a coach. Bravehearts community, let's show some love to Dwayne Hawkins. How are you doing this evening, sir?
Very well, bro. Very well, man. It's just super good to be on here with you, man. Legit, legit. Grinning ear to ear, man, because I always love your heart and just love your spirit, bro. Real talk, real talk.
That's what's up, man. I'm so glad that we are able to do this. I want to respect your time, and this series is it's a transparent one. It's something that's going to be able to help someone. It's going to be life changing. So we want to talk about just take a trip down memory lane, if you will. Um,
Yeah.
let's jump into this. So, in your last marriage, how did you and your ex meet?
Yeah, and the previous man legit met on a college campus, actually NAU to be exact. And real talk, man, I was kind of just new to the Flagstaff area, inner city kid from Oakland, California. And the story is still the same, man. I was looking for friends. That's legit all I was doing, man. I was looking for friends. And so I seen her coming out of the computer lab. And as I was going in for tutoring, and I was like, hey, my name's Dwayne. I'm new to the campus, just looking to make some connections and make some friends. And clean smooth, bro. Her response was pretty much like, good to meet you, but I already got enough friends and walked on, bro. So like that was the introduction.
Wow,
Yep. Yep.
wow. So, well, and then eventually, you get to know her, you get to talking and things of that nature. At that time in your life, what made you say this was the woman for me at that time in your life?
Yeah, I think for me, man, in that season of my life, um I had admired, I mean, from the first time we met, let me see, that's like August 98. And then it's 3 years from that introduction to like the wedding date, if you will. So it's like 3.5 years time frame of like just seeing each other around campus, and then then obviously there's friendship, and then so on and so forth. But I think really, man, what sparked me in that season of my life was that
Are you a content creator, YouTuber? Maybe you've interviewed someone on your video podcast and they said something that was really, really good, or maybe you said something that was really, really good. Well, enter Opus Clips. This is the platform that I use when I want to share 30 to 60-second video clips that I can share with the whole world. I mean, you can share those clips on TikTok, YouTube, Facebook, Instagram Reels, like these 30 to 60-second clips that Opus Clips can give to you with the click of a mouse. All you have to do is upload the recording and boom, Opus Clips within maybe 10 minutes will give you 15 to 25 different clips with description on the side of the video. And it also gives you like a title, and it gives you a rating and let you know how powerful that clip can be used on social media, from a rating of 99 all the way down to maybe 60. This is a phenomenal platform that has took my social media marketing to another level. If you want to level up your social media game, go in the description below right now and get the link for Opus Clips. This will not disappoint you.
I just grew up seeing my mom and my dad, which, man, God bless them. Shout out to Pastor Timothy and Rachel Hawkins in Oakland, California, man. They're still doing it, bro. They're still doing it. They are, I want to say 39, 40 years, bro, in marriage, man. So like I grew up watching them. I seen practically almost all of their fights. I seen them when they were in arguments, and I seen those arguments go like full circle. You know what I mean? And so for me, just seeing those arguments go full circle to reconciliation, to friendship, and then just seeing how they loved on myself and my brothers, bro. Like I was just like, I think that's what I want. That's what I aspire for, man. And so that was my heart then. And then corny mode, if I could say this. What tipped the scales for me, by this time I dropped out of college. I had, I was kind of in and out of jobs. And I was really trying to figure out, like, Dwayne, what are we doing? I kind of recommitted my life back to the Lord in that season. Because I had walked away for about a year, and no lie, corny moment here. With a homeboy of mine, we went and saw The Best Man. I swear movies are dangerous, bro. Movies are dangerous, bro. They, especially when you're like 20, you know what I'm
Yeah.
saying? And I already had like the lifelong example of my parents. And so it was like, Best Man just kind of tipped the scales, and that's why I was like, man, I need to try to figure this out, because I this is what I really want. So um
Mm.
that's kind of like how, literally, that's how I ended up, entering into my first marriage, man. That was the trajectory of it.
The Best Man, huh?
Yeah, bro. Yeah, bro. Doggone Best Man.
Well, since we here, I guess for me, my corny moment was I think I was 14 years old. I guess I'm telling my age. My brother took me to see Boomerang at the movie theater.
Okay. Yep. Yep.
And, and quick side note, since I'm talking about this, I remember I was talking to an old coworker of mine, and I told him I seen Friday in the movie theaters, and he looked at me like I was a dinosaur. He was like, so anyway, that's how old I am.
Horrible. Horrible.
Horrible, right? Anyway, so I seen Boomerang in the movie theaters, and that was really the first time I seen like black people to that magnitude
Mm.
where they were like wearing suits and and I
Yep.
was like, oh, I want to be like that. So I that was my thing. That kind of changed my mind frame too about
Right.
me and the way we saw us. So
Totally. Totally.
yeah,
100. Yep.
so I
Yep.
get it.
Yep.
Yeah. At what point did you know there was trouble in paradise?
That's a good question, man. Um, Honestly, bro, like, let me see. Just trying to go back a moment. Oh, one. So maybe 17, like 16, 17 years in.
Mm-hmm.
Um, yeah, is when now, for me, I still had my moments of angst, throughout that process, man. And um I I kind of prided myself in really, like, just journaling a lot, bro. I journal a lot, period.
Yeah. Yeah.
But throughout the course of my previous marriage, man, I journaled a lot, literally, before the Lord, like visions, dreams,
Mm,
frustrations, all of that, man. And more specifically, every single thing, literally, like, kind of around my marriage then. And so, like, that is one of the things that, like, just kind of kept me close.
mm,
Um, but the trouble in paradise, man, for me was around between maybe around 17 years, 17 um and 18. And I just felt like I didn't have the fight, you know.
mm, mm,
I never, and I said this to my mom and my dad, like, um I never thought that I would emotionally burn out. Never. Never. Cause, like, just the cloth I'm cut from, bro. Like,
yeah.
I'm adopted into my dad's last name, Hawkins, bro. Like, grew up under the notion of, like, yo, we're Hawkins men. We grind, we hustle, we lean in, we sacrifice, we fall down, like, we fall on the sword. You know what I'm saying? Like, we die, bro. We give our lives. Like, that was me. You know what I'm saying? And I never planned for me just kind of hitting an emotional wall. So
Mm,
I
mm.
would say year 17, man, and that's kind of how that happened for me.
Yeah. Yeah. And that has to be tough because I feel the same way. I never thought I would be the one getting a divorce. I remember people just finding out and
Bruh.
they were inboxing me like,
bro,
Sean, the doctor of love,
bro.
the guy in ministry, you're teaching marriage classes. Like
Come
how?
on,
Like if
come
y'all
on,
can't
come
do it,
on,
y'all not giving, so
man,
I
man.
I feel you.
Yeah. Yeah, bro. I think, man, like the whole like divorce is not an option. Like I was waving that banner, bro. Waving that banner, bro. Like would low key almost cut somebody like if they threw that term my way. You know what I mean? So I get it, bro.
Yeah,
I get it. I get it.
yeah. I remember the first night, maybe the second or third night when I went through my separation. I was in the shower. Will never forget. I think I
Mm,
shared this story before. Man, I cried like a baby, and I just had my hands lifted. I was just like, God, what am I doing? I don't
yeah.
know what am like. That was the first time, Dwayne, in 15 years I was by myself.
Wow. Wow.
15 years.
Wow.
So
Sheesh.
yeah,
Yeah. Yeah.
you talking
Yeah.
about broken.
Bro, yeah, I'd take up the whole time, man, talking about my process and what that looked like for me, man. It was just to say the least, bro, it was definitely up and down. It for me, it felt like gut punch after gut punch. It felt lonely, you know and like across the board, man, it felt, and this in no way is like blaming, my ex or anything like that, bro. This it's just the emotions that came up for me, man, during that season leading up to it, and then thereafter. And lonely doesn't mean that like I didn't have people, bro. Like, dude, my mom and dad drove out here from California, bro,
Wow.
to like walk with me, to walk with us then. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like people were like, yo, I had fellow pastor friends, bro, that was, trying to encourage me and walk with me and hold me accountable and encourage me and all of that. You know what I'm saying? So I mean, shoot, man, my siblings, bro, my brother and his wife, so it wasn't like I was alone. Definitely wasn't alone. You know what I'm saying? But in the silo of my scenario,
Yeah.
it just felt lonely. You know
Mhm.
what I'm saying? And I think that's possible, but I think we need to help people understand that just because you have a feeling about where you're at in a tough season of your life, that doesn't necessarily say anything negative about the people around you. You know what I mean? Like your emotion and your interpretation and your response to your situation is legitimately um is legitimately just yours, bro. And it's what you're going through and what you're wrestling through. So that's like I get it. I 100%, man, I get it when you talk about feeling and being by yourself, man, first time in 15 years.
Yeah, man. That's a true story. It always humbled me even to this day. Uh, and I know that you remarried and stuff like that, and we'll talk about that later as well.
Yeah,
But looking back, what is one thing that you possibly could have done different, even just for yourself today?
yeah, yeah. Differently, man. It's a real good question, bro. Differently. I think leading, for me, I believe like, divorce is I believe divorce is the expression of small things, and I'm going to use a terminology my mom, like I grew up hearing my mom say. Divorce is like the destruction of a series of small foxes along the way, right? Like she used to always say, Dwayne, it's the small foxes that destroy the vine. I
Yes, sir.
know when you're not doing what you're supposed to be doing because you leave a chore here, or you miss an assignment here, or I ask you to do something and you don't do it there, right? Like, and she would say, like, just those little things would line up for me, Dwayne. And I knew, okay, my son he's not in alignment. He's not in the pocket that he's supposed to be in. And so for me, I believe that about divorce. And so I feel like, bro, for me probably what I would have done differently is round about 2015. And this is interesting. I didn't realize this, bro, until shoot, maybe about 6 to 7 months ago. So up until 2015, bro, I always had like a mentor, an older gentleman, like at least two or three of them in my life. And my dad notwithstanding, like my dad's always been in my life. So, but like outside of my dad, like I've always had at least two to three other gentlemen that like was just on tap. You know what I'm saying? And what's interesting is that up until 2015, well, from 2015 to 2019, um, I didn't have a mentor. Like I didn't reach out. But they also didn't reach out to me either. Like it's this weird like 4 years, bro, of silence. And so I think for me, man, I would have stayed connected. I would have stayed connected. I can't tell you that doesn't mean that, things still wouldn't have gone the way that they went. But I do know this, man, like mentorship throughout my entire life from an older man has been crucial to my success and my health in life, bro. And 2015 to 2019, I just didn't have that, man. And it wasn't like that was a smooth season. It really wasn't a smooth season, man. Like 2015, you have I knew how to grow a church by subtraction. You were kind of a part of that you had came through to the church then. That was the one out in Phoenix. That was Emerge. That church grew by subtraction. We shut that one down, moved out to the West Valley, did a replant. And there's just a lot going on there. Part of me was in a doctorate, running my own coaching counseling practice, trying to plan a ministry. Like I was just giving a lot, man, a lot emotionally. And like, by the way, right? Like I was still married, 3 kids, right? So like, I just think, man, in a time that felt as splintered as it did then, um, I would have kept a mentor. I would have kept a mentor, bro. Like, yo, had him on the phone every week. Like, yo, this is where I'm at. This is what I'm trying to work through. What are we doing? Yeah, I think that's one thing I would have did differently. Because again, those are those small foxes that if they go unattended, bro,
Yes.
before you know it, man, you go Samson for a moment, your whole forest, your whole crop is burned up, bro. So that's one thing, man, definitely one thing I would do differently.
Mhm. So how did you heal from your divorce? Because I know this is what a lot of people want to know, especially if they are possibly going through a divorce. So what was your process like?
Yeah, man. So first off, man, I think if for me it was there's this essence of hope. And that was one thing like that I held on to throughout. I mean, shoot, at this point, almost 5 years now, since then. And I bring up hope, it could sound cliche, man, but the truth of the matter is, bro, like if you don't really have your hope rooted, and in my own case, rooted in the Lord, bro, there's so many lies, so many accusations, so many things that came up for me. Like, bro, like going back to my childhood, like man, like a lot of stuff in question, like, I mean, bro, some stuff even came up, most of the folks that know me know that Timothy Hawkins, I have his last name, but he's not my biological dad, but he's a dad that like literally I've only ever known. I didn't meet my bio dad until I was 27. And, even today, like the relationship it is what it is, right? Like
Right.
he knows he's not my dad and all of that stuff. But like my bio dad stuff came up around that. And so like I had to war against all of that, bro. And so for me, my hope being in the Lord, bro, I kid you not, Sean, this is what I prayed, bro, for like literally the first 2 years. After my divorce. I said, God, I'm not asking you for anything. I don't need anything from you, Lord. I'm not asking you to turn anything around. I'm not asking you to like bless my life and make me better than before. I said, Lord, I just want to be the little boy who sits on the couch with his daddy. That's all. That was my prayer, bro. That was my prayer. I just like, Lord, just let me be with you. Cause in this season, like I was wrecked. I was wrecked, man. Like just emotionally within myself, like Wayne, you was supposed to be that dude. You know what I mean? And so like you got pride, you got your family members, you got the church at the time I was pastoring, like, you know what I mean? And when I was going through, post my divorce, bro, I didn't just lose, like the marriage, in the space of divorce, if you will. I didn't just lose the marriage, but I also lost my job, bro. Like most people, bro, like when you go through a divorce, it's like, you lose your relationship. And don't get me wrong, like definitely not making light of that.
Of course.
It's one thing to lose your relationship, but it's a double thing, bro. Like you lose your relationship and you broke.
That's real.
It's hard enough living, being broke,
Yeah, right.
while being married, but then to be broke. So anyway, like it was kind of like double grief for me, man. Like I gotta hustle, man. I gotta figure this out. But let me tell you what the saving grace was for me, bro. And I know COVID means many different things for so
Yeah,
many people,
yeah.
but COVID was the year following the year of my divorce in 2019. And COVID happened in 2020, bro. And like the shutdown and the narrowing of access that we could have to people, bro, so huge for me. So huge for me. You know why? Because the whole year 2020, bro, I had to sit with myself.
Mhm.
Yep. So many times, right? Like going through grief, particularly in the notion of a divorce, it's easy to numb. You
Yeah.
know what I'm saying? It's easy to get caught up in stuff, bro, that like suppresses what you're really feeling, and it doesn't force you to actually sit with and own, like let me take this season, bro, to own my part in the divorce and what happened. And at the time, right, 3 kids, like the situation that I created and caused for the kids, like Dwayne, sit and own that, bro. Sit and own what you've done, your part in it, right? But then second to that, sit and own the new reality. You know what I
Mhm.
mean? I mean, bro, new reality, 50-50, kids back and forth. Like it just everything that comes with that. And I think a lot of times we can delay our healing. We can delay the grieving process, bro, by trying to push off or mask or numb through the pain, when the only way, bro, I was able to heal was like, I just got to sit with this. I got to sit with this, man. I had some brothers in the faith, man, that were just available to me. You know what I'm
Yeah.
saying? Obviously, my family, man, definitely they were available to me through that moment in time as well. And I didn't have money. Let's be clear. So I
Yeah.
couldn't I couldn't pay for a counselor. I couldn't pay for therapy. But here's what I knew, bro.
Mm.
Here's what I knew. I told myself, I said, the way you got to go through this, Dwayne, is like if you're in the middle of the woods and you get injured and there's no hospital and there's no doctors around, bro, you're gonna have to do this naturally. You're gonna have to sit and let the body do what the body is meant to do. And I think how we have, right, like our bodies will naturally heal themselves,
Mhm.
right? Obviously, if you can get the infection cleaned out and whatnot, the body will naturally heal itself. I feel the same way for ourselves emotionally.
Mhm.
If we choose not to numb, if we choose not to suppress it, if we choose not to forget it, if we also make sure that we fight against lies and accusations, and I'm not talking about lies and accusations from other people.
Mhm.
I'm talking about lies and accusations, bro, from ourselves. Like
Yes.
the war is in here, legitimately, not like people anywhere else, bro. Like the battles that go on in here, way louder, way heavier than the stuff that could come from other people outside of us, bro. And so for me, it was holding on to the Lord in that regard. Like I was not angry with the Lord,
Yeah.
not at all.
Yeah.
I knew that the Lord still loved me. I knew that the Lord still brought me close and near to him. You know what I'm saying? But I also knew that that was a time where, Dwayne, you just need to be still and let this thing pass.
Man.
Be still and let this thing pass, man. And so like 29 second half of 2019, 2020, bro, that was COVID saving grace for me. COVID, like, because it shut off my ability to be connected to people in the ways that I had been for my entire life. And so,
Yes.
yeah, that's how I'll say, man. That's how I say I healed, bro. And obviously we can put a nice bow on that, bro. The grace of Jesus. The
Amen.
grace of Jesus.
Yeah, right. Because COVID means so many different things to different people, you know what I'm saying? So here it is,
Yep.
what you're telling us, this is that saving grace for you. And because I remember even for myself, I was listening to, have you read the Four Agreements?
The Four Agreements. No, I haven't. I
Oh,
haven't.
okay. But it's really good. But anyway, he's talking about when don't take anything personal. And he was saying when people say
Mm.
things about you, he was like, that's against them, not against you. He was like, and when you take that on, he was like, you're basically agreeing. You know what I'm saying? So he was like, you're taking that in. You're saying,
Yep. Yep.
oh, you said I was ugly. So since you want to be defensive about it,
Man.
you're taking it.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah. Yeah, bro. I think that was also a huge deal for me in part as part of my healing. That was something that I vowed with my kids, as I told them, I said, hey, you guys are never gonna ever hear me say anything negative about your mom. I'm not telling her story. Her story is not mine to tell. I said, if you really want to know, I'm sure you can ask her and she will walk you through that on her end. But if I will talk to you about my side of the coin and where I missed it. You know what I'm saying? No defense, no need to put me in a good light. Like, nah, bruh, no. I needed my kids to understand that in the context of marriage, bro, it takes two. It takes two to make it thrive, and it takes two to make it die, bro. Right? And this was my part to my sons and my daughter. This is where your dad missed it. This is where your dad needs Jesus. And so like, bro, 100%. I was like, I'm not giving energy, man, to the stuff that I can't control, to what people say, to what people think. I can't.
Yep.
I can't, man. It was enough just dealing with what was in here myself, man. And so I think, man, just in the name of helping folks, man, if we can, I think when you're trying to heal, you gotta learn to isolate, right? It's like when somebody is in the intensive care unit, right? Like that is a separate wing where visitors are limited, right? Like everybody just don't get to go up into the ICU and bring food and throw parties. Like, no, 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 bro. Like these people are in a state of life or a condition where they need stillness. They need around the clock care from the professionals. They need an environment that is secluded, that is incubated, bro, so that they can heal properly, man. And I think a lot of times we invite the party to the ICU when we don't need the party to be there at all, man. And so that's just to your point, bro. Yeah, you those messages and all of that stuff, man. You gotta be like, nope,
Yep.
nope. I can't control that. I can't change your mind on that.
Yep.
You know. So
Yeah, I totally agree because even with my daughter at the time, she wanted to know. And I was just telling someone this on the interview the other day that I told my daughter, she was 14 at the time. I said, I can't tell you the whole story right now because you wouldn't understand.
mm,
And I never had to say anything negative about my ex-wife or anything
yep,
because we
yep,
both knew the truth. I didn't have to defend myself. And again, I
nope,
admitted my issues and my flaws and stuff like that. And everything eventually came to surface. I didn't have to fight, like God fought that battle for me. And I was
yep,
like, I
yep,
realized from now on, I'm like, I will never try to defend myself again. If
No,
my body of
no.
work, if I'm secure enough with my body of work and everything that I've done, there's no reason for me to be defensive. And I've learned over time,
Yep.
because I struggle with that.
Yeah.
Defensiveness is a sense
Yeah.
of insecurity.
Yep.
You
Yep.
know,
Look, man, and let me add one to that just for on a personal note, bro. Like my body of work speaks for itself. Watch this, Sean. On the good side of the things that I've done, but my body of work also speaks for itself, right? On the negative side of the coin. And so here's how I cover that. It's covered in the grace of the grace of God. Watch this. Not glossed over. Let's be clear about it.
yes.
Let's be clear about it because I don't think like I'm all of that in a bag of chips that certain sins would never be named among me.
Yeah.
Like if we think, bro, for once that we are above certain sins, like let's just go Romans 1 for a moment, man. Like let the Lord remove his hand of grace from your life, and the very things that you say you would never be caught doing, you will find yourself doing, bro. And so I even also think, man, on the other side of the coin, right? Like, especially in divorce with the church, bro, like that there's a stain there, right? That comes from the outside looking in. There's a stain there. But at some level, man, it's yeah, it happened. I fell victim to it. I was a part of it. You know what I'm saying? But even in that, man, like that doesn't identify me. It doesn't name who I am, right? I am still redeemed. I'm still bought back. I'm still brought near and dear to the heart of God in the midst of all of that. And so, to your point, I don't need to defend either way. Don't need to defend either way, man. I only need to give an answer to those who are in close community with me and the relationship is trusted, man. And I think that becomes one of our challenges. We're trying to give too many answers, bro, to
Yeah.
too many people who really genuinely don't mean you well. They're not going to walk with you after you have that conversation. You know what I'm saying? They're not doing life with you after that conversation. You know what I mean? So in my opinion, it's like why are we even having this conversation? Why are you even asking about this? Right? It's like, Lord, who have you brought in my camp, in my circle, right? That is that close community that I can walk with and wrestle and struggle and be vulnerable with. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And in that regard, I think there's transparency and vulnerability that could be had in those relationships. Everybody else, hey, pray for me.
Yeah.
Pray for me.
Amen.
I heard somebody say it like this, man. If folk accuse you of having done, you know, some sin or whatnot, or they ridicule you or judge or criticize you, they said my response to them is, yeah, I've done that and worse. I've done that and worse. And the response was getting at like if we're not putting levels on sin,
Yeah.
if we're not
Man.
putting levels on sin, right? Like
Yeah.
divorce is not like the height of heights when it comes to sin. It's not. It's divorce is just as damaging, just as detrimental, just as grievous as the person who lies or the person who gossips or the person who is apathetic towards God and the faith, man. And I think when we can embrace that and understand that, our ability to restore people with gentleness becomes easier. So,
Man.
yeah,
That's good, man. Yeah, the
yeah.
Bible says, "Be wherever you stand, unless you fall." So you got to
Come
be
on,
careful.
man. Come
Uh,
on, man.
I wanna, man. I have so many questions to ask. Okay.
I'm
What, what,
good. I'm good.
what,
Look, I'm on you, bruh. I'm on you, man. I done carved out the night till midnight with you, bro. So it's whatever we do.
what, what does life look like for Dwayne now?
Yeah, man. Shoot, bruh. Obviously, remarriage. Um, a lot of kids, bro. Um, running the coaching practice, consulting business, and I can cap this all off by saying, bro, I'm finally 5 years later, finally feeling like I have the emotional capacity to handle God's purpose and assignment on my life. That purpose and assignment never went away.
Mhm.
I just didn't, as you're healing, and kind of my process was, right, there's grief and there's healing, then there was rehab, then there was getting stronger, right? And now I'm entering into what I call go mode, right? Um, Throughout those previous phases, I didn't have the emotional capacity. And so, man, grateful to the Lord, grateful to the Lord, bro, because his redemption is real. His redemption is real, man. Everything that I have in my life now, I don't deserve. Do not deserve to be remarried. Did not have to be that way. Do not deserve. And obviously, folks can get on IG and see what that life is looking like, and just what the favor of the Lord is looking like in that regard. Do not deserve to still have the influence and the relationship, bro, with my biological kids, and then my blended kids, and then our kids by hood. We officially got like 9 kids, man. 8 of them actually really live with us. And so we kind of got this thing. We said we got 3 by blood, 3 by blended, and 3 by hood. And then there's a slew of many other kids who literally young folks who are in and out of our house, man,
Yeah.
um, every day of the week, and my life just looks like one of, Lord, I owe you so much. I owe you so much, not from a place of how can I right my wrongs, right? Because that's already done at the cross, not righting the wrongs. But that happened 5 years ago. He brought me through it, right? Redeemed me, strengthened me, called me back to himself, and is saying, I still have plans and purpose for you. Right? I still have, I mean, because bro, like when you go through divorce, there's, especially if you're a person of influence and whatnot, and you've had folks that looked up to you, or you've had, the countless number of marriages that you have impacted and people you have worked with, bro, like you question, like, man, I'd even go away from that one for a quick moment. Like I questioned, bro, like, did I even have what it took to disciple my kids? Like I wrestled with that, bro. Like, Lord, what do I say to them? I remember having that vivid conversation with the Lord. I said,
Wow.
what do I say with them? I haven't
Yeah.
got a divorce, divorce from their mom and this, that, and the third. And the Lord was like, that's where your pride is, Dwayne. You ain't got to be perfect to disciple your kids. Teach them how to trust Jesus through a season of your mess up. Right? We always want to teach folks, bro, when we got it locked in step and it looks good.
Yeah.
But what about when it doesn't look good? Right? And so I think for me, man, that's where my life is right now, bro. It's we're able to be a blessing to people, man. We've definitely got recently connected to a new church out here in South Phoenix, man, and just the grace of the Lord, bro. Literally the grace of the Lord, man. And so for me, this is I'll call it, kind of like second half of my life, if you will. Look, we ain't telling ages, right? Because you didn't say yours earlier, so I ain't gonna say mine. But
I'll be 47 on Sunday, so hey.
look at you. Look at you. 43 in this camp, man.
Oh
43 in
my
this
God.
camp.
Yeah, you're
But
still young.
look, right? Really, really. But my heart today, man, is like, Lord, how can I just do and be better today than I was yesterday? You know, I don't have to hit this ball out the park. Let me just love well, pace myself, live with a sense of balance, hoping in the Lord alone, throughout this time that the Lord has given me, bro, and this second opportunity that God has given and allowed. You know what I mean? And
Yeah,
so, um, yeah, bro, that's really what life is looking like in a nutshell, like literally. And people that know us, they got a lot of kids.
yeah,
They always blessing somebody. They
yeah.
always got somebody living in the house with them. Like that's
Man,
that's what that's what we do, bro. That's what we
you
do.
you doing the Lord's work for real, for real. I
Hey,
wonder.
hey,
I want to jump into somewhat almost kind of like a bonus round, kind of make it a little light now. We talking
yeah,
about divorce and remarriage, it's kind of heavy stuff, but let's talk about some other things. What three ingredients every marriage needs to be successful? What are those three ingredients if you was making that cake, Dwayne? What do you need in that cake?
Sheesh. Oh, three?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. I will obviously one will say the Lord initially, right? But I'm gonna specify um kind of a heart posture from the Lord from I'm drawing a blank on the name of the book. Sacred Marriage, I want to say it is. I'm just drawing a
Oh,
blank.
Sacred Marriage. I know you're talking about. I
Yeah,
read that.
but the author talks about this self-emptying love. Ugh, right? Like so I think initially a self-emptying love. That's number one. Number two, um, wiring. Wiring is a big deal. Wiring is a big deal. Let me just, I'm gonna throw a massive curveball, man. Like, don't get me wrong. Like, the Lord works in and through, right? Any couple with different wiring. So let's be clear about that,
Yes.
right? But one of the things that my wife and I get the gracious privilege to do with couples who are interested in getting married is we kind of get to help them see what problems, what type of issues are going to lie ahead for them because of an assessment that we use. And what we've learned, bro, is there is no fail-proof plan of marrying the person in which you will never have issues.
Yeah.
The question is, what kind of issues do you want to have? That's the question. And within the assessment, bro, like there are, if you marry somebody, if you're interested in somebody that has a wiring that is like literally on the opposite end of the spectrum for you, like your marriage can be successful. It's gonna take a lot of work. It's just going to take a lot of work, you know, and not just a lot of work, but a lot of work that actually can be debilitating to the core of who you are, right? So I think wiring matters. I think wiring matters, man. There's a
That's
lot
good.
more I could say on that, but wiring matters, right? So
Yeah.
self-emptying love, wiring matters. And then last but not least, bro, like best friendship hands down. Hands down, bro. Like y'all got to be able to like hang harder, bro, than anybody else.
I agree.
Harder, bro, than anybody else, man. Like I would lobby for that. You know, I'm shoot, man. I'm telling we tell our kids this now, bro. Like, listen, find a friend.
Yeah.
Find a friend first before you find a date or a mate or a romance partner. Find a friend. Because here's the catch, bro. If you can't stand being with them around the clock, what makes you think you're gonna want to do a lifetime with them?
Mhm.
Like, you know what I'm saying? So it's
True.
just like, and I think a lot of times, man, and again, I hope people understand my heart, man. This in
Yeah,
no way is speaking on the previous, but
for sure.
I think man, what is to be understood in the pre-marriage phase, bro. And I thought that was a profound question that you asked me, like, what made me want to get married? You know what I'm saying? And I saw what my parents had in terms of their marriage, but one ingredient, bro, that I just wasn't. I want to say I was privy to, but it just wasn't on my radar growing up.
Yeah.
Was their friendship, bro? To their friendship to this day, Sean,
Mm.
my parents have little tit for tats, right?
Of course.
Like they
Yeah.
friends, right? Like it'll be da 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 da, right? You see them go back and forth. Literally, bro, 5 minutes later, they cackalacking. Like
Yep.
they just didn't have a little, you know? And so it's like, man, that friendship, bro, that friendship, I think I've learned that if you have the friendship, when the marriage finds itself in a tough place, okay, the friendship can sustain you while you get your act together in the marriage.
Is
You know what I'm
so
saying?
it's so funny you say that because I was telling somebody that the other day, and even like you said, no shade to the former. And I think that was
Not at all.
something that we struggled with in our first marriage. Because now that I look back, we weren't best friends. We
Yeah.
weren't.
Yeah.
My
Yeah.
wife now, we are best friends because when she get on my nerves as a wife, or when I get on her, we can always fall on that friendship. Like
Yep.
that's my
Yep.
dog. Like I can't. That's my. You know what I'm saying? Like
We ride.
so, I get it.
We ride it, man. And it's mutual. It's
Mhm.
mutual, man. I think one of the a good expression of that friendship in my marriage now, bro, is when we're having, we call them contentious conversations. That's what we call them. So when we're having a contentious conversation, like there has been times where we're in a conversation and neither of us really have anything to say, right? But the conversation hasn't been concluded. It hasn't been reconciled yet. And so we'll just sit there in the same room, bro, together, holding hands, heated and stuck as all get out, right? Because I'm not walking away from my best friend. Like you think about that, bro. I think it's very interesting, and this is why I think the friendship it matters, bro. Like you rarely ever hear people talking about, man, you did this that to me. I'm not being your friend anymore, right? Like that's like elementary stuff, right? Like when you got a friend, bro. Like when you're an adult, like that's just not common, bro. You don't hear about that all the time. Like I'm not being your friend anymore. You shouldn't like. Come on. But it seems like when we get into marriage, right? And things don't go the way we think they should go, we all of a sudden want to throw away the marriage. When in all actuality, the marital union, biblically speaking, right? Like it's stronger. It's a greater covenant. You know what I'm saying? In the eyes of the Lord. And so for me, it's like since the marriage is a greater covenant in the eyes of the Lord, let me, in my pre-marriage state, let me find a friend.
Yes.
Let me find a best friend, Lord God, so that we got two things working on our side. You know what I mean? When one is straining, when the marriage is straining, friendship holds us together, right? What does the scripture
Yep.
say? There is a friend that sticks closer
Then a
than a
brother.
brother, right?
Mhm.
But then it's sometimes maybe the friendship is struggling, right? And maybe that's a season where the covenant holds you together. You know what I mean? So that's just yeah, those are the three ingredients, man. I know I probably went a little long on that one, but
I
yeah.
love that. No, that's good, man. I have one last question before we get out of here.
Yeah, yeah.
Who makes a better spouse? Someone marrying for the first time or someone who's remarried?
Sheesh. Bro, that's loaded. Let me tell you why it's loaded. It's loaded because most times like in when you're coming into your first marriage, right? You don't have the baggage of the previous marriage. You know what I'm saying? So yeah, you got childhood baggage. You know what I mean? Like, and depending on when you get married, you got temporary relational baggage, right?
Yeah.
Especially if this is your first one, right? I mean, those are bags. Let's don't get me wrong. And then depending on the childhood context, like if there's abuse or there's gross toxicity growing up as a kid, right, then those bags are heavy. But let's just say you lived a relatively normal childhood, nothing gross, nothing super toxic, relatively peaceful childhood growing up. Your bags are light. And so like it's kind of like everything is new. You know what I mean? But then one could say that when you're coming into your second marriage, if you're not prideful and if you're humble, right? You you have wisdom and experience, you know, perspective that you can bring into your second marriage that can help you navigate through that. You know what I mean? And so to answer the question flat out, who makes the better spouse?
Yeah.
It's the one who is mature enough to embrace the season for what it is, own what they need to own, and make room for the other person to be who they were made to be in their lives. That's what I would say.
That's good. Yeah, there's
That's
no
what I would
right
say.
or wrong answer. I just love to hear people's perspective. I ask that to all my guests. So
Yeah, yeah,
great
yeah,
perspective.
Yeah.
Great perspective. Man, this has been a phenomenal episode. I'm glad that we were able to connect again and to be able for you to share your testimony. I want to acknowledge you, first of all, for that, for sharing your testimony, acknowledging you for loving again, right? Because a lot
Yeah.
of times
Yeah.
people give up. Um,
Bro, yeah. I was one of those ones. I was like, bro, I'm good. I'm never getting married again. I said that.
yeah,
I said
I,
that. So
yeah. Yeah, I get it. And there's a lot of people that they do not cross that path. They're done. So I want to acknowledge you
yeah.
for loving again.
Yeah.
Again, our tagline is love fearlessly. We want you to love
Mm,
fearlessly. If you're going to do it, you might as well do it wholeheartedly.
bro,
Um,
100.
so, and I want to acknowledge you for just staying the course with parenting, with just being present in your
Mm,
kids' life, and just
yeah.
acknowledging you for all the lives that you've impacted. I know you on a personal level and all the people that you have touched. So I want to acknowledge you for those things. So let
Thank you, man.
everyone, anytime, man, let everyone know how they can get in touch with you. I'll have everything linked up in the description.
Yeah, couple places obviously on Instagram. I think it's like DW_TDH tribe or something like that. You know, my wife kind of really pushes all of that out, but you can find Dwayne and Wendy, and search Dwayne and Wendy and you'll find us. Or go to tdhcoaching.com if you're looking for counseling, looking for coaching. You know, there's also some business and organizational consultancy stuff that we do on there. So tdhcoaching.com, or just shoot an email, team@dhawkins.com. And man, we'd love to connect and just be able to be a blessing to so many other people, because that's what we believe the Lord has made us to be, man.
When she first left, it was very difficult for me. I spent over a year and a half fighting to try to get her back. And every effort I put in was met with resistance, and not just like a shutdown. Like I was concerned with, I don't want her living with another man, still being legally married to me.
Mhm.
You know, if you're gonna move on, if I'm not the guy, you're gonna move on. I'm gonna not essentially support you in that,
Mhm.
but I'm giving you that opportunity. I'm letting you go, right? And maybe one day I can move on and find that too. Men harping on the fact that women should be submissive. Why is that? Why are you living and dying on that hill? Why are you living and dying on that specific hill? Yeah, God it tells women, you know, wives to be submissive to their husbands, but you realize that's not the focus. Your focus as a husband, that's not your focus of that scripture. The women are supposed to apply that, so let her do that. Your focus should be on the second part of that in Ephesians, where it tells you that you need to be ready to die for your wife, like Christ died for the church.
What's up, Bravehearts community? This is Sean Heineman, your premier pre-engagement coach, back with another segment of It's Scary to Remarry, wanting you to love fearlessly. I have a special guest with us today. Let me tell you about today's guest. I'm excited about this one. He is a believer, a husband, a father, a grandfather, a friend, an educator, and a servant. He has his own YouTube channel, Harrison Family Values, which I had the honor to be or as a guest on the platform. Have a dope conversation. I'll have that linked up in the description below. Bravehearts community, let's show some love to Andre Harrison. How are you doing this evening, sir?
Doing well. Thank you for having me. Thank you for having me.
For sure. Had a great conversation with you on your platform. Thanks again for having me as a guest.
Absolutely.
This segment is a part of our series, Life After Divorce. Of course, as you know, I have a heart for those who've been through divorce and those who love fearlessly and decided to do this again. So I kind of want to walk down memory lane. Let's go back a little bit. I want to talk about the first marriage, and how did you meet your ex-spouse? How did that happen?
It happened at church, actually. We were both attending the same church. I was saved only a few months, and yeah, we was attending the same church, part of the same youth group. Um, and we really didn't talk much initially in the beginning, but spending more time in the church and spending more time together, and we just grew closer.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so yeah, it started in the church.
Mm. The same thing for my ex and I. We met
Yeah,
in
yeah.
church.
Yeah.
So at that time, what made you say this was what made you say this was the woman for me at that time in your life?
Wow. So I was 19 when we got married,
Oh,
and
he was 19.
yeah, yeah, yeah. I met her when I was 17 going on 17. I was 17 when I met her.
Mhm.
And we oh, she seemed genuine. So truth be told, like when I first came to the youth group, new kid on the block, you know how some of the girls in the youth group tend to act. She was one of the only ones that didn't pay me no mind. And I respected that because
Yeah.
here I am, I'm newly saved, and I didn't want my life to match or mirror how my life was in the world. So
Mm-hmm.
I didn't want to get involved with all the nonsense with church girls and them getting excited for the new guy coming to youth group, and some of them staking claims to me. It was weird. It was weird, But uh so we became friends like that. At that point I felt like I could trust her. Like she wasn't trying to you know, talk to me like that. And I respected that.
Mm-hmm. For
Yeah.
sure.
Like I'm newly saved, and I wanted to be serious about Jesus. And you know, I wasn't there for the nonsense. I can do that outside in my community, in my hood. I wasn't traveling to church to try to, you know, mac on some girls.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So
19, huh?
19. Mm-hmm.
So let's just rabbit trails real quick because I want to
Yeah.
talk about this. Would you advise men to marry younger or older, knowing what you know now?
Um, See, that's tough because people tend to give advice based on their own experiences, as if my experiences may not be that of everybody else. Because I knew of great marriages that started in their late teenage years.
Mm,
So my experience, I wouldn't put on somebody else and say, no, never get married at that young of an age, because you're ready when you're ready.
mm,
And you're ready when you're willing to be somebody's husband, and that person's ready to be your wife, and they understand what that entails. Um, so I wouldn't necessarily discourage it. I would definitely tell him proceed with extreme caution and make sure you know what you're getting yourself into. And that's something that young married couples must understand. And if you're, and I think also some of the things that they got to factor in is, oh, excuse me, I'm not yawning because I'm like bored. I'm like, it's been a long day. So,
for
but I'm
sure.
engaged, bro. I'm engaged. One of the things that people have to consider is the family the family that they come from. So if you have two people who grew up in a single parent home getting married at 19, there's going to be some crazy obstacles to overcome because you have no source of reference as far as what it looks like to have a solid marriage, what it means to be a husband or be a wife, because you have no reference.
Mm,
So I would tell people, proceed with extreme caution and make sure you guys are prayed up and you know what you're getting yourself into.
mm. Yeah,
Yeah.
I,
Yeah.
I agree. Good answer. I know I'm married at 24,
Hmm.
and looking back, I'm just going on 47 next month. I'm just like, I'm married at 24. Like that's crazy. You
Yeah.
know,
Yeah. Yeah.
and
Hmm.
that's just from knowing what I know now. And times have changed and stuff like
Yeah.
that. So it is subjective.
Hmm.
So
Yeah.
I respect that. Okay, let's get back on track.
Gotcha.
At what point did you know that there was trouble in paradise in your first marriage?
Wow. Um, I knew there was trouble in paradise when um she started to dress differently
Mm,
and in a way that drew attention. Um, it was at a place now where the validation, the compliments that I was given was no longer enough. And there was a desire to seek outside validation. It was no longer good for me to think, to compliment and say things. It was needed elsewhere. And from that, I just started to see an unraveling.
Mm-hmm.
And it was difficult for me to get ahead of it because it was probably unraveling long before I even noticed.
Mm-hmm.
Like most cases, when we notice it,
Mm-hmm.
it's probably or from the other side been unraveling. And when you're trying to grab the stuff that's unraveling, it's been like you ever, you take a ball of yarn and you throw it and you're trying to catch it so that you may catch a part of it, but if you don't catch it right at the ball of the yarn, you catch a string, it's still going to keep going, and you think you're doing something and you're not. So
Mm-hmm.
that's what it was like. It was like that, man. I there's nothing I can do here.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Mm. So eventually, going through the divorce,
Mhm.
can you give us some practical tips on how did you heal and when did you know that you were healed from your divorce? What are some of those
Wow.
practical things that you've done to, maybe you could help somebody who's listening and watching because you never know what people are going through.
Yeah. So when she first left, it was very difficult for me. I spent over a year and a half fighting to try to get her back. And every effort I put in was met with resistance. And not just like a shutdown, like doors slammed in my face type of literally speak not literally, figuratively speaking, but like no matter what I did, it just was not enough. And it got to the point where I had to say, you know what, this is not healthy for me anymore. And I need to start um focusing on myself and not in one of not in that modern sense where people say, well, you need to focus on you and you need to do you. No, I started to seek God and ask God to build me up, and because I was broken.
Mm-hmm.
I was depressed. I
Mm-hmm.
was working full time at a church, and I would lock myself in the office all day, lights off, you
Mm-hmm.
know, just sitting there. Like I
Mm-hmm.
was depressed, right?
Mm-hmm.
I was lost. I didn't know how to overcome this, and around me, I didn't have the pieces to help me as far as people. So, I asked God, I need your help here. Like I need to overcome this. My self-esteem was broken, and it was crazy is during that time, after the separation, there were women who heard about the separation and they were trying to give me validation. I didn't want it from anybody but her at the time.
Mm-hmm.
you know, and when they would like other women would come to me, right? I would see them exactly as what I thought. Like, and I hopefully don't watch this anything. Not all of them were like this, but in my mind, I was like, listen, Jezebel, get away.
Mm-hmm.
I'm married. I'm trying to work it out. Like,
Mm-hmm.
don't come over this way. Um, but I just wanted it from her, and it got to the point where I was like, I can't do this anymore. I'm broken. I'm depressed. Lord, I need you to build me up again. And
Mm-hmm.
slowly and surely, he started to do this. And about like 2 years after, the work in me started to happen, and God started to I don't want to say release her from my heart, but it was essentially what happened. The more I pressed into God, the more I saw that this current situation wasn't good for both of us. You know, she moved on, but we were still legally married, and it wasn't a good situation. And when she had moved on, that's when I was like, okay, I need to really close this chapter because um I don't want uh I was concerned with I don't want her living with another man, still being legally married to me.
Mm-hmm.
If you're gonna move on, if I'm not the guy, you're gonna move on. I'm gonna not essentially support you in that,
Mm-hmm.
but I'm giving you that opportunity. I'm letting you go,
right?
Mhm.
And maybe one day I can move on and find that too.
Mhm.
And that's what really like essentially like what really, really opened my eyes was when she had moved in with somebody else. And I was like, it's over. Like,
Mhm.
you gotta move on.
Mhm. Mhm.
Yeah.
Yeah, that had to be tough. Now, were you serving as pastor at the time
And
or
assistant pastor, full time. I was a
assistant
full-time
pastor?
assistant pastor. Yeah.
Assistant pastor, real quick,
Hmm.
as an assistant pastor, there was no one in your corner to maybe help you through this as an assistant pastor?
Um, not, I gotta be honest, not really. Cause so here's the thing, right? Um, many churches mean well, many pastors mean well, but they're not really equipped to handle a lot. I don't say all. A lot of pastors aren't really equipped to handle uh major issues in their congregation marriages.
Mm,
I was given the cliche tips. Pray about it, seek God, you know, um, things like that, seek God, pray, seek God, seek the scripture.
mm,
I didn't have the support, like, this is what you can do. Let me support you in this. And that wasn't there, which is one of the reasons why I went to school to get my master's in marriage and family counseling so that I could help couples in the church that were in situations like I was in.
mm,
Because pastors are truly, if you go to seminary, they're not really trained extensively in the the people aspect of pastoring. They're taught doctrine, they're taught theology, they're taught to, things like that. But the people part is not always taught. And I think every pastor should have some formal training in counseling because you're dealing with people. You're dealing with people. And I didn't have that support. I didn't have that support.
mm.
So it was a tough time. I felt alone.
Yeah.
Yeah. And also I didn't want to put much on other people. So like I had friends that were in the church when I'm an assistant pastor. I didn't want to dump on them,
Hmm.
nor did I want them to look at myself or her in a negative light because people will always take sides.
Yeah.
They always take sides. And you have some like I had some great friends that I don't talk to today
Mm,
because they took sides.
mm,
Like they took sides. And that's a tough thing. Like when you go through a divorce, people are gonna take sides. And you
mm.
don't even want that's not even like you're trying to get people to have your side. They're just gonna take sides.
Yeah.
And it's messed up.
Yeah, it is. It's unfortunate because going
Yeah.
through my divorce, there was people who took my ex-wife's side, and
Hmm.
I was silent in the
Hmm.
divorce process, and she had the voice. So got out there, and things really didn't unravel. The truth really didn't start coming out until some years later.
Hmm.
Because I felt like I didn't have to defend myself.
Yeah.
Which is a whole show within itself, right? Like
Yeah. Yeah.
having to try to defend yourself. Um, so I get it. It's unfortunate, and hence why I'm doing these podcasts because I think, especially for men, a lot of times we don't have that safe place to go when we
Hmm.
are going through a divorce.
Yeah.
Um,
Yep.
because a
I had
lot
a
of times
I
we
had
want.
a mentor tell me that also, like, let the Lord fight your battles. You don't have to respond to
Mhm,
everything. Like let God fight your battles. And he did. And God did.
mhm, mhm. That's a
Hmm.
blessing.
Yeah.
So fast forward, what does life look like for Andre now?
Life looks like for Andre now.
Yeah.
In a way better place. Um, I have seen God move in my life in ways that I couldn't imagine. Because when the divorce was finalized, at that time the church asked for my resignation. And I didn't have any degrees. I had at the time uh credentialing training, like courses I took for credentialing,
Mhm,
but I had no like I went to Bible college for a year, but it I I didn't have a degree. All I knew, I was working 10 years as an assistant pastor. So now I don't have a job.
I started 2012, unemployed, a single father with the custody of 3 kids. And there's not a church in America that's going to hire a newly divorced single father of 3 kids. So I had to start all over again, bro. Like start all over again. I was almost homeless in 2012, and if it wasn't for a pastor friend of mine, who was able to find me a place, I was ready to put my kids in foster care and go into a shelter because I applied for city housing and all that because I had nowhere to go. And in New York City, there's not one shelter that houses father and their kids. All of the shelters in New York City only house, or family shelters house women and their children. And when I called them up, they told me, well, there's no shelters for you and your kids. You would have to put your kids in foster care and go into a shelter. I was like, that ain't happening. Like God, I need God to move. And he did. Found me a small 1-bedroom apartment in a really nice neighborhood, right? Where the boys had the bedroom. I slept on the couch for 4 years and we made it work. And it was tough. I was working a job getting paid $12.13 an hour. So I had to work extra jobs while going to school full time. It was a tough time. Today, I'm in a way better place. I have my own bedroom, my wife. My youngest son has his own bedroom, and I got 2 extra bedrooms just chilling, right? I'm living in a house that I purchased in 2020 with a full basement, full finished basement where I can have a YouTube studio down. You know what I'm saying? Life is good right now. Like life has its challenges. Don't get me wrong. But I appreciate how far God has taken me thus far. I look forward to where he's taking me in the future. And it's not like I'm asking for prosperity and for riches. I'm just asking God, do a work in my life that I may be comfortable doing what he has called me to do. And things are way better now. Remarried. My oldest son is married with 2 kids of his own. And my middle son is going to be 22. And he's living his life. So I'm blessed. I'm blessed.
Yeah. That's beautiful. Because asking that question, it just gives people hope. That because when you're going through the divorce, it's so hard to see the light at the end of the tunnel, man. And you're just wondering, when is it going to end,
I mourned. Like I mourned. At night I was crying, bro, like crying. The thing is, nobody was there to console me, but it was unconsolable, like crying. I remember there was nights I was like, God, like, why would you allow this? Even asking the question, if you knew this was going to happen, why would you allow me to marry that woman? Like I went through a lot, like emotionally, ups and down. And people who are going through a divorce, they have to understand that there's going to be stages of grief, and people who mourn, they mourn the relationship that they have with the person who has passed away. They're mourning that they won't be able to see that person anymore, spend time with that person anymore. That's what they're really mourning. And when you're going through a divorce, you're having a similar experience. You still see them, but you're missing that relationship that you once had, the closest that you guys once shared. You're mourning. And people don't realize that. And because you see them, there's some things that you want to show that everything is good with you. So you want to flex a little bit on certain things. And I think people fail in moving forward, doing things like that. You don't want to try to show the other person how well you're doing. That's not the goal at all. The goal is to let God do what he needs to do inside of you so that you can move forward in your life after this. And people really have to focus on themselves and focus on God at that point, and not trying to show the other person up and prove how great they're doing.
Yeah, that'll preach by itself, because a lot of times people, that's the first thing they want to do is look at me now, look at what that whole thing. And that's
post your pictures with your new boo right away. And yeah.
Yeah, so it happens a lot. I want to switch gears a little bit. There's a couple of questions I want to ask. No right or wrong answer. I just kind of want to pick your brain on some
Yeah,
of these things.
got you.
So, what are your three ingredients every marriage need to be successful? If Andre is making a cake, what are those three ingredients that every
Three
marriage
ingredients.
needs? Yeah.
All right. Jesus.
Amen.
All right. You got to have God in the mix. Bible says that three-chord strand is not easily broken. So if it's the husband and wife and God is at the center, there's a huge and there's humility there. So you understand that you're trying to do things God's way and not your way, then you're probably going to have a successful marriage. Okay. To appreciate the differences in the roles that God established in the marriage. Okay. And I think that's another thing, especially as we move into this modern day.
Yeah.
I think people are not looking to do what God has called them to do in their marriage or be who God has called them to be in the marriage. They're allowing the world to dictate to them what their marriage should be like, and I'll give you an example. Or they allow the world to twist what the scripture says about. So I'll give you an example. Men harping on the fact that women should be submissive. Why is that? Why are you living and dying on that hill? Why are you living and dying on that specific hill? Sorry. Printing, gosh. Is it loud?
No, you're good.
All right. So why are we living and dying on that specific hill? Yeah, God it tells women, wives to be submissive to their husbands, but you realize that's not the focus, your focus as a husband. That's not your focus of that scripture. The women are supposed to apply that. So let her do that. Your focus should be on the second part of that in Ephesians, where it tells you that you need to be ready to die for your wife, like Christ died for the church, to love her sacrificially. Like that's your focus. And I think people are so quick to use a scripture to get a benefit from it instead of looking at it and say, what can I do to be more like what God expects from me? So one, keep God at the center, right? Make it about Jesus. Two, appreciate the roles that God established for the marriage. Apply it and appreciate the roles of the other person as well. And the third one, I would say, is make sure that you guys are compatible. Compatibility is a big thing. And I'm not saying that you guys have to have the same interests. I don't know why that thing keeps coming up.
It's all good.
Yeah, I think every time I do that, let me thumbs up. I don't know why. I don't even know what's causing that to happen.
It's all good. It just makes the video better.
That makes it better. All right.
Yeah.
Yeah. And compatibility. And I'm not saying that you guys have to have the same interests. When I say compatible, I'm thinking of a puzzle, right? Puzzle pieces are very different, but in order for it to fit, it's got to be compatible. Like you can't grab a puzzle a puzzle piece from a different puzzle and try to fit it in a puzzle that it doesn't belong. It's not compatible. The piece may look very different from another piece, but if you put it together, it fits. So compatibility is important, and understanding how do you know somebody's compatible? When they're able to fit in what you are, where your life is going, and you're able to fit into theirs. I love basketball. My wife likes basketball, but if she didn't like basketball, she could still appreciate that I like basketball and support that. And if she likes soccer, I can appreciate that she likes soccer and I can support that as well. That's what compatibility looks like. They have some couples aren't willing to be compatible with somebody. They just want somebody to conform to their interests. And that's not compatibility. So if you got Jesus in the mix, right? You put God first and allow him to be that three-chord strand in your marriage. If you appreciate the roles that God established, the biblical roles that God established for the husband and the wife, and apply it to yourself and not use it as a weapon against your spouse,
Yeah.
and seek to be compatible in your marriages, you're going to have a happy marriage. You're going to have a happy marriage for the most part.
I agree. I like that puzzle analogy. That was pretty cool. I never heard that one.
Yeah. Yeah, because they think everything's got to be the same, right? I'll give you an example. Like when people use that scripture where to not be unequally yoked with a non-believer. And people, I think, want to put their own idea in scripture and instead of just reading it for what it says. The scripture says that what fellowship has light with darkness, right? Light and darkness. And then it says, do not be unequally yoked with a non-believer. That doesn't say somebody who is as spiritually mature as you. And people add that to that scripture, right? So they say somebody who's not as spiritually mature as you is unequally yoked. That's not what the scripture says. All right, because there's no spiritual level in Christ. Once you've given your heart to Jesus, right? Whether you've been saved for 20 years or 20 minutes, there's no hierarchy there. There's no hierarchy in God. So we say unequally yoked, right? And we use it to show how more spiritual we are than somebody else. That's not showing an unequally yokedness. That's showing the pride that you have in what you believe in, thinking that you're a better Christian because you may pray longer or you operate in a specific gift. No, that's not what that says. Saying don't link yourself up with somebody who does not believe like you believe. Meaning, if they don't believe Jesus is Lord, if they don't believe he was raised from the dead, then you're unequally yoked. So what I'm saying is things like that, the puzzle piece. Your spiritual activity may look different. Okay. It's biblical, but it may look slightly different. And I'm not talking about like different, like you're worshiping, Allah and somebody's worshiping Jehovah. Like, I'm not saying it like that. What I am saying is when your spiritual activity, you're worshiping Jesus, you're following Jesus, but your focus is more on caring for people, right? Like the scripture says. And another person's focus may be on operating in the gifts and worship and things like that. You guys can still function together.
Yes.
Because the pieces are different, but when you put it together, it fits. Okay. And it only fit if you're not trying to make the other person like you. You can't be the puzzle piece to try to find the puzzle piece that looks just like yourself, because then you don't go together. You're not going to fit.
That's good. Yeah, I like that. Yeah, because too many times people try to make their spouse be like them, opposed to celebrating their individuality. That's good. What advice would you give to singles who desire to marry?
Vet. Spend time vetting. And if you want to marry, that's a beautiful thing. All right. But you have to know who you're marrying, and you have to know who you are before you marry. And I guess also understand the motives for getting married. Why do you want to be married? Okay. If you're a woman and you want to be married, do you want to be married because you just want to have a husband to care for you? That's not the right reason to get married. You want to get married because you are ready to be another man's wife. That's why you get married. Men, you want to marry because she's a baddie and she got the hourglass shape, thin waist, wide hips, and she got that pretty face, and you want to marry her because of that?
She smell good.
She smell good. Listen, no one, male or female, will be pretty and handsome forever.
Come on now.
So your motive can't be that either. So if you're not ready to be someone's husband, then you're not ready to be married. So I think single people really got to focus on themselves and trying to figure out what it means to be a husband and what it means to be a wife first, and then go into finding somebody that's that you're looking at married. Because I don't people aren't thinking like that anymore. People date first for fun, they date for recreation, and then hopefully they'll land on somebody that they may want to marry instead of going into it intentionally. And this is an unpopular take. I don't think that people should be calling each other boyfriend and girlfriend.
Right. Let's talk about it.
Yeah, because today the titles are blurred. Today, boyfriend and girlfriends are expected to operate just like husband and wives. There are absolutely no lines. There's no hard lines, in between being married and being a boyfriend and girlfriend. In fact, you have boyfriend and girlfriends living with each other now, and acting like they're married, and the other have expectations of the other to fulfill things that wives and husbands should be fulfilling.
Yeah.
And they're not even married. It's like,
And then,
guys,
and then wonder why they won't get married.
yeah. Like, come on. Like, there's no reason at this point.
Yeah.
So I think singles just gotta really focus on what they want and going into relationships realistically. Again, like, I know that we go back to this in this cliche, but really trying to figure out what God wants from a marriage. We let the world tell us what to expect. Women want the 666 guy.
Yep.
6 feet, six figures,
Mhm.
6 figures, 6 feet, six pack. And they even added, this is probably a Christian channel, but they even added another at least 6.
Yeah,
And
yes, yeah,
yeah,
a family member was telling me about that the other day. I said, "Oh, okay,
yeah, I didn't know that either. Like, I
yeah,
did that. I saw that maybe a couple of weeks ago.
yeah,
So
another
it's
6."
not.
I'm just like, "Oh my
So now it's like 4 sixes. Either way. Um, and they think, okay, we get that. We're good. We'll find a good husband.
God."
No, because you're missing the character piece of it, right? And with the men, finding a woman that looks good, that's going to give you pretty children, that's going to be that trophy. No, you're going to be miserable. So go into dating first with 0 expectations of the other partner. Okay. 2, there it is again. I think every time I put my thumb up, do not exclusively date somebody until you have made a commitment to see whether or not they'll make a good husband or wife. So when you're first dating, you're dating just to get to know people. Okay. And make it known. I'm not your girlfriend. I'm not your boyfriend. We're just getting to know each other. Okay. That's 2. 2, when you finally make the decision, say, I like this person and I want to exclusively get to know this person, then you guys have a conversation about that. And don't rush into it. Don't rush into it.
Yeah.
Because when you rush into it, you won't allow the vetting process to take place. Meet their family. Know where the family is from. Okay. Ask the important questions about, and I'm gonna say credit, job, faith. Do you want a family? How many kids? Things like that. And have conversations, because when you get married, and one of the things that hurt a lot of couples in the first 2 or 3 years of their marriage, the fact that they didn't have communication about what the other person expect, or what they both expect from a marriage.
Yep.
And then when they get married, they're like, well, I thought that was going to happen. Well, we never talked about that. I'm not even into that. It's like, wow. Well, I want kids. No, I don't want kids. What do you mean? We never talked about that. No, we didn't. So have conversations. And again, yeah, I think the vetting is very important. Very important for singles when they're trying to find somebody worthy of being married to.
I agree. That's good. And then we haven't even talked about like in-laws. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
We haven't even talked about,
That's important too.
yeah. What if the family don't like you?
Yeah. Yeah. Because it makes it harder. Makes it harder. You need a community. And one of the most hardest places to be at is marrying somebody, and then you guys are on an island all on your own. That's tough. Now, mind you, there's some parents who are just difficult. I get that.
Yeah.
And with time, they usually tend to, fall in line. But yeah, it's getting to know the family and the in-laws is important.
Very.
Yeah.
Last question. There's no right or wrong answer for this.
Got you.
Who makes a better spouse? Someone marrying for the first time or someone who's remarrying?
Sheesh, that's a tough question. That's a tough question.
I mean, because you were on both ends of the spectrum at one
Yeah, I am.
point, right?
Yeah, yeah. So I have grown as a spouse now, and I'm a little bit more patient. I know what more to expect, but that's a tough question, because I've been asked, would I have made a different decision? Like, did I think I was too young to get married? And I got to be honest with you, I was ready to be a husband and a father at 19.
Mm.
I was ready to be in a monogamous relationship with one person for the rest of my life. I wanted to celebrate 25 years, 50 years. Got married young enough to
Yeah.
got married young enough to even celebrate, 75 years had we lived long enough, right? Um, and it didn't happen, but I was ready for that.
Yeah.
But I think my exposure to other men, other husbands, my experiences, and me wanting to grow and allowing God to do the work in me makes me a better husband now than I was then. Um, so for me, I would say I'm a better husband now than I was when I first got married. My ex-wife, because I was a 19-year-old kid who had dreams of being a pastor and being a husband and a father.
Yeah.
Now, it's not a dream. Now I know what to expect and what's expected of me in order for me to be a good husband and a good father. Yeah.
Yeah, it is something about that second time around, especially if you learned first time.
Yeah.
Because statistically, most marriages, second marriages end, I think it's like 67%, and then it goes higher even the third time around.
Yeah.
So,
Mhm.
yeah, I always like to just ask people that question.
Yeah. Well,
Andre,
that's why I didn't rush. I didn't rush into getting married again. In fact, when I first got divorced, I had set in my mind, I'm not doing this. I'm just going to focus on God.
yeah,
I'm going to be, a eunuch. Not really. Not going all the way. I'm gonna be a eunuch, and I'm just going. It's just me and Jesus. I'm gonna be
yeah,
Paul. I'm gonna be Paul out there.
I know,
But
right?
yeah. But yeah. After a while, I realized like I enjoyed being a husband, and I was a single father, and I had custody of my kids, and I absolutely adored my kids. Um, yeah. So
Yeah,
yeah, I think I had to. I was getting remarried. I was,
yeah.
but I just wanted to find the right person. So, it took me uh 11 years,
Mm,
11 years to vet and find the
mm,
right one.
mm.
Yeah,
That's about the right amount of time.
yeah, about that.
About that.
Yeah.
Andre.